Mage, start as a master of magical potions. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, The Destruction of a School. Sunan didn't care about it. He just wanted to use a strong enemy to test the fighting power of the werewolf under the tide of dark force magic, and he didn't use his full strength at all. He hardly used magic, nor did he fuse vampires and werewolves to become a hybrid, nor did he summon the second ring wizard Temerio to enter the main material plane to assist him. Instead, he let Merio guard the twin satellite small plane. The 10-sided mirror demon hit Sunan's wolf claws. Sunan was surprised to find that his wolf claws hit the opponent's mirror and rebounded completely. Even his wolf claws were enhanced and hit himself. Sunan launched 31 wolf claws on him in a row, and each time he hit a mirror. At the same time, Sunan endured the rebound of 31 wolf claws. However, because he was immortal, it was okay to get a little injured. The 10-sided mirror demon was a little scared at first, but now he laughed. This is the power of the mirror demon. Wizard, all your magic and melee attacks will be rebounded by me. And it's not just passive defense, I can do this. The mirror demon is a backbone of the 150th floor of the abyss plane, the 1000 mirror plane. Go to the abyss and regret it. The souls of people killed by our abyss will not go anywhere else, but will only enter the abyss and become a demon in our abyss. Sunan suddenly spoke. What if the people killed by you enter the abyss plane and become high-level demons and become your leaders? The 10-faced mirror demon was stunned for a moment, then he imagined it and felt that it was a bit scary, but the next moment, he said angrily, that kind of thing can't happen. Let me show you the power of the mirror demon. The next moment, the 10 mirrors on his body emerged, and each mirror reflected the appearance of Sunan, and at the same time, 2 mirrors reflected the appearance of Angel Witch. Then, 8 phantoms of Sunan who remained in the golden werewolf hunter, werewolf leader, appeared in front of him, and 2 phantoms of Angel Witch also stood in the phantom group. Obviously, the scene where Angel Witch used the Path of Exile to temporarily suppress Sunan was deeply remembered by the mirror demon, so when using the mirror demon's ability to create mirror copies, he did not forget to make 2 copies of Angel Witch. At this time, Angel Witch was also shocked. The 2 copies of Angel did not kill Sunan first, but the sealed magic wizards of the Path of Exile behind Angel Witch. Sunan looked at the 8 of himself blocking in front of him, and then looked at the mirror demon hiding behind him. In the battle, as long as there is a little spare energy, do you have to try to eliminate the others around? It is worthy of being an abyss demon. It is more cruel than the energy world. That energy world will deceive and play with humans. But it seems that I haven't seen them yet, killing people indiscriminately and meaninglessly. And the abyss demon in front of him, the mirror demon, he has a deep malice towards all creatures. He even has malice towards his fellow abyss demons. He just wants to kill and destroy. He is a chaotic new demon clan. The wizard apprentices of the Path of Exile died tragically one after another. Sunan looked at the 8 werewolves in front of him, and suddenly looked at the mirror demon with curiosity. He didn't know how much of his power the other party could copy 1-to-1, but it was too dangerous to continue like this. He could completely capture the mirror demon and do another experiment in this area. Anyway, the mirror demon's mana was already very chaotic after the abyss transformation, and it was impossible to transform a second time. There was no need to worry about him using the abyss transformation to recover when he was imprisoned. Sunan had noticed before that the abyss transformation could restore some of the lost mana. Sunan raised his left hand, and the golden statuette of the wizard Victor dangled from the golden chain. Then the golden statuette burst out with a burst of magic power, which spread out in all directions. Then, the fertile land of Dalmatia disappeared, and the rougher mud land in the shadow of the historical fragments of the past of the warplane appeared. Sunan smiled and said to the mirror demon who was watching vigilantly, I borrowed 500 acres of land from the past, just to destroy you. Come out, my legion. The Iron Guard Wizard Legion. Can you copy this too? I'm really curious. because Sunan's magic pressure was stronger than Victor's, and he was not injured, and there was also the increase in the dark force magic tide, so 100 acres became 500 acres. Sunan summoned a larger range of the Battle of Besmog. At this time, 500 first-ring wizards and 5 second-ring wizards of the Metal School all stared at the Mirror Demon, treating him as a hostile school, and immediately launched a second-ring Metal Storm spell and a first-ring Steel Fragment Shattering spell on him. Countless steel fragments were ejected on the body of the 10-faced Mirror Demon. Even the Mirror Demon had an upper limit on the damage it could withstand. Moreover, this multiple attacks, each with enough attack strength, just restrained the Mirror Demon's rebound ability. But even so, the Mirror Demon still bounced most of the metal fragments back, killing more than 200 first-ring wizards in an instant, which shows how terrifying the Mirror Demon's strength is. However, 5 mirrors on his body have been broken. Obviously, the ability of the 10-sided Mirror Demon can only copy a single enemy to a limited extent, and cannot copy such a large-scale army. The 8 copies of Sunan are ready to go over to support. But Sunan immediately turned on the magic blood, charging with all his strength, and ignited the platinum blood. The wolf hair on his body turned into a brilliant platinum color. In just half a second, the 8 copies of Sunan were crushed by Sunan himself. Ignition of platinum blood can make the physical fitness of the werewolf hunter rise to a higher level again. The 2 copies of Angel Witch blocked in front of Sunan and used the Path of Exile on him at the same time, trying to imitate the previous situation and suppress Sunan again. Sunan sighed. Don't you know that for wizards, repeated tricks are useless? At the moment, when the 2 Paths of Exile were about to take shape, Sunan used the magic energy killing intention wave and shot out 2 wave balls. The 2 Paths of Exile were instantly destroyed. At the same time, he used Arcane Leap to come behind the Mirror Demon and raised his left hand. The wolf claw on his left hand suddenly grew 3 times larger. This was the wolf demon's claw. It could concentrate the power of the werewolf's claw attack and swing it out in an instant, and expand the power 3 times again, but it could only be used once a minute. Bang, the Mirror Demon was hit by the wolf demon's claw, and at the same time a wave of magic energy and killing intent enveloped him, shattering all 9 mirrors on his body. Only the one on his forehead remained, which was covered with cracks but not broken. The semi-conscious Mirror Demon lay on the ground, muttering to himself. How can a human be so strong? Sunan used the Millennium Sleeping Potion to seal it. After sealing the Mirror Demon, Sunan withdrew all magic, transformed into a human form, and took out his clothes from the land of bones. From the results of the battle, the Golden Werewolf Hunter, with the blessing of the Dark Force, is no match for ordinary second-ring creatures. I didn't even use the Hunter Mask just now. If I use the Hunter Mask to transform all the werewolf's magic power into attack power, and then use the Abyss to transform it into a hybrid, my power can be raised by several levels. Sunan hung the slave collar on the Mirror Demon's neck, and then reinforced the seal again, and threw him into the Boneland necklace he was wearing. This guy can be used to refine the Abyss series of potions and to do the Mirror Demon rebound experiment. He is very useful. Sunan tidied his clothes, and walked to the side of Witch Angel. At this time, all the wizards of the Path of Exile school were dead. Because just now, when the Mirror Demon thought he had enough strength, he copied 2 witch angels and hunted all the wizard apprentices of the Path of Exile with his own hands. He used Witch Angel's talent and magical power to kill all of Witch Angel's relatives. Sunan said, I will control this natural teleportation point because the Gemini satellite plane is mine. So, your school is not allowed to use this natural teleportation point anymore. Sunan looked at Witch Angel, who was lying on the ground and crying, and paused. But I'm not an unreasonable wizard. As compensation to your school, you can make a reasonable request to me, or some valuable magic resources. Witch Angel said woodenly, Sir Second Ring Wizard, you see, all the wizards in my school are dead. They died at the hands of my own power, and died because of my proud talent for sealing magic. Our school no longer exists. It turns out that this world is so cruel. Overnight, a powerful wizard organization will disappear. She looked at the corpse in front of her. Ironically, due to the power of the Mirror Demon, the magical power that killed so many wizard apprentices in their school was actually the seal cutting spell, invented by Witch Angel herself. That is to use the sealing energy to better seal the space cut the enemy's body, and form an offensive sealing magic similar to space cutting. Her teacher has praised this as a genius design many times, because she can use the magic similar to space cutting in the first ring. But now, her teacher has died at the hands of the Abyss Demon, and her fellow apprentices have also died at the hands of the Abyss Demon, the incarnation of the Abyss Mirror Demon. Witch Angel cried and said, "Second ring wizard, please, if you really want to compensate me, can you let me kill the demon with my own hands?" Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. Sunan shook his head. Witch Angel, you should also know how unreasonable your request is now. By the way, why did the Abyss Demon invade a small country like Dalmatia? Is there any special reason? Or did the Abyss Demon just pick a place at random? Dalmatia is probably only a little bigger than the South Thrace military district. This is a mini country. It is just a kingdom in legal terms. This thing is just like the Nicomedia Empire, which is a kingdom in legal terms, but in fact it is only a small principality, or even a county. However, Sunan has seen a lot in the void this time, so he understands the special nature of the main material plane. In the main material plane, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It is good for the gods to occupy a small county here. This place is like some high-priced housing areas in the previous life. It is really a palm-sized place, which makes the gods and high-level creatures want to fight for it. Witch Angel thought about it again and again, and then said to Sunan, "I think it was randomly selected. Since the dark force magic tide exploded before, the Abyss Demons also drove their void warships to attack the main material plane not long after. The first stop is our small kingdom of Dalmatia. The royal family and I have a close personal relationship. When something like this happened, my first reaction was to lead the school, to protect this kingdom that had treated us well." Witch Angel was in a daze. But I was wrong. Maybe I was really wrong. If I had known that this day would come, I should have rejected the Queen's request for help. We just need to move the school away and move it to another place. My relatives are still alive now. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Witch Angel's magic power was getting lower and lower, and it became more negative energy. Sunan looked at the vibrating Mikad ring. Since signing in on aggression pact with Sunan, Michael Carter has been completely at odds with him, and he even occasionally talks to Sunan. The personal relationship between the two has been rising sharply recently. The snake god said to Sunan, "This little girl will be in trouble if she continues like this. If a wizard has a mental illness, the consequences will be very serious. You know the Black Death demon. If she continues like this, it will be easy for her to become like that. Or her own negative emotions will attract some beings in the void who rely on such things to survive." Sunan said, "Then what can I do? This matter has nothing to do with me." Michael Carter said, "That's right. Then I'm going to sleep." The illusion of the snake god disappeared. Sunan summoned the three-headed queen and arranged for the queen to build a swarm base here to monitor and guard this natural teleportation site. Sunan also placed some puppets made of special runes here to facilitate his return at any time. If I want to use the werewolf plane as my last retreat, then the two natural teleportation entrances in the main material plane, located in the west and north of the Storm Kingdom, are the passes I have to defend. However, if it is not necessary, I don't need to leave the Earldom of Peter, especially now that the tide of dark force magic is coming. Sunan patted Witch Angel's shoulder and handed her a bottle of Flash +2 potion. This is a potion that can increase mental power. It is my compensation to your school for taking away this natural teleportation place. Cheer up. War means death. We can't change this because it is reality. The only thing we can change is ourselves, so we must make ourselves stronger." Witch Angel looked at Sunan and took the potion. "Second ring wizard, where should I go and how should I deal with it?" Sunan thought for a while and handed her a coordinate of the entrance to the storm gathering. "This is a wizard gathering. I opened it. If you feel you have no organization and are lonely, you can go there. There, many magic resource transactions are carried out every month." Sunan plans to combine Storm Gathering with Maple Leaf City and the Werewolf Plain. Storm Gathering is a distribution channel for his apprentice potion wizards, and Maple Leaf City is responsible for continuing to plunder the resources of this world. Similarly, Sunan wants to enter the star domain C for another reason, which is to find a larger potion distribution platform to collect resources. Sunan looked at Witch Angel, not knowing whether she could come out of the shadows. But he is not a central air conditioner, and she is not his relative, so he can only comfort her a few words out of humanitarianism. However, Sunan is very interested in the sealing magic system she uses. Sunan said, "I want to trade your seal magic system with you. If you think it is a secret of the school, then I only need to exchange 2 magics. One is the Path of Exile, that you cast on me before, and the other is the sealed energy cutting spell, that the mirror demon copied you, and manipulated the copy to cast. I want to learn from it," which Angel subconsciously refused. For those of us who are above the first ring, the magic path to be studied has already been formed. Focusing on other aspects of magic is harmful and useless, and can only distract our energy. Sunan said, "You don't have to worry about this. I will exchange with you a complete second ring wizard gold and black magic system inheritance. How about it?" Although Sunan has exchanged this magic system with others many times. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't prevent it from being a complete second ring wizard inheritance. Besides, the mirror spirit of the golden magic mirror will only be happy to hear it, because their Samsara tower is really short of people now. Sunan feels that the mirror spirit of the golden magic mirror may be thinking that, if he can cheat anyone, he will cheat anyone. Chapter 352 Abnormal Changes in Blood. Angel Witch agreed without much hesitation. One reason is that the present is different from the past. In the past, everyone would have cherished their possessions and regarded inheritance as more important than anything else. But the Path of Exile is now in name only. Moreover, Sunan also exchanged for something of equal value. The Path of Exile inheritance can also reach the second ring at most, and since he is a second ring wizard, Angel Witch naturally thought that she had better be sensible. Moreover, exchanging inheritances will broaden the horizons of both parties. It just depends on who can get the benefits from these magic inheritances more immediately. Therefore, she agreed to the exchange. It took the two sides 10 minutes to complete the exchange. Sunan looked at the seal magic system of the Path of Exile and was amazed. At the same time, he asked the intelligent brain to absorb the meditation method of the Path of Exile and integrate it into the meditation method of the Cauldron of All Souls. This school that specializes in the study of seal magic is really interesting. 20 minutes later, Sunan learned the magic of the sealed path with the help of the intelligent brain, relying on the high-level vision of the second ring wizard. He snapped his fingers and chanted a spell. Suddenly, a sealed wind path appeared in front of Sunan, uprooting an ordinary tree in the target and pushing it 4 kilometers away. Sunan smiled and said to Witch Angel, "It seems that I'm still not as good as you wizards who specialize in sealing magic. I can only push ordinary targets 4 kilometers away." Witch Angel's eyes widened, and for a moment she forgot her sadness and self-blame. "Second ring wizard, you are already very powerful. This is the result of my day and night practice, and you learned it easily. Really amazing, even if you are a second ring wizard. This learning speed is not normal, you are a real wizard genius." Witch Angel saluted Sunan. "Lord Sunan, no matter what, I have to go back to Dalmatia. Report the situation to the royal family. Tell them that the kingdom is safe." Her tone was somewhat sarcastic. It was obvious that Witch Angel had already felt resentful, but she quickly realized that something was wrong and said with her head down, "I can't blame anyone, let alone an innocent person." I lost my composure. Witch Angel looked up and suddenly said, "Lord Wizard, be careful. That's the cursed demon." Sunan also felt that there was a change in the magic pressure behind him. He looked back and saw that in the village of Varanasi, a one-ring demon that had been pretending to be dead suddenly cast a curse on Sunan. Sunan frowned. He didn't expect that among the many kinds of abyss creatures, there were actually demons that could professionally pretend to be dead. The next moment, the opponent's blood death curse hit him. Sunan didn't care too much, because he had a second ring permanent defense field, and his soul and blood were not so easy to be cursed. But in his heart, he still secretly blamed himself. "I should be more careful. These abyss creatures are more troublesome than the other. What if it is a second ring abyss demon, pretending to be dead, and suddenly attacking me? It should be a warning." But the next moment, Sunan raised his eyebrows because he realized that after the other party's curse fell into his body and invaded his blood, it was immediately suppressed. The curse still existed, but it was harmless. What's going on? Sunan was confused. With an arcane leap, he came to the front of the cursed demon who was good at pretending to be dead. The cursed demon had a hunched body and barbs all over his back. Sunan grabbed his throat and lifted him up. The cursed demon said angrily, "You are finished. You are dead. You are under my blood death curse. The curse will spread along your blood. Even if you don't die, your relatives and family will die." Sunan slapped him directly. "I was just about to ask you this. Did you seal your curse magic on purpose? Why did your curse become ineffective immediately after entering my blood?" The cursed demon looked incredible. "What? My curse is ineffective? Impossible. How could my curse be ineffective?" The next moment, Sunan broke his neck and then continued to observe the changes in the curse in his blood. He found that the curse became stronger. He knew that after the death of the curse master, the curse resentment would become stronger, so the enemy generally would not kill the curse master to remove the curse, which would only make the curse unsolvable. However, Sunan would just kill him. He was a second-ring wizard, and the cursed demon was only a first-ring creature. There was a huge difference between the two. Secondly, he didn't know what happened to the cursed demon, so he would only kill him and observe the changes in his curse power in his blood. As a result, Sunan observed that the curse power, which had become more powerful, was still invalidated in his blood. Sunan's face became a little subtle, and he recalled something. The Golden Wizard's black magic curse killed the original body's father, but it didn't hurt the original owner and me for a long time. Even before I became a third-class wizard apprentice. Black magic is the most evil and strongest curse magic among curse magic. But it still can't hurt me. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 Book Bar. A thought, like lightning, appeared in Sunan's mind. There is a problem with my bloodline. My bloodline is very special. My paternal bloodline is from the Storm Knight of Flanders, and my maternal bloodline. The problem must be in my maternal bloodline. My bloodline seems to be able to completely suppress all curses. So when I was a mortal, I was able to rely on my bloodline to resist the black magic spirit from the Golden Wizard, so that the black magic spirit could never find my location. Sunan pondered deeply. Why is this ability so similar to Comnenus's super intuition and Paleologus's energy counterattack? The original body's mother really has a low presence in the Peter family. I just thought it was because she died early. We must investigate it. Witch Angel came over, looked at the cursed demon, and said, "This is the power of a second-ring wizard. It's really too powerful. Only with this kind of power can I protect the people I care about. My problem is that I'm too weak. So I want to become a second-ring wizard." Second-ring wizard, have you encountered any problems? Sunan shook his head. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of an experiment of mine. Let's part ways here. Witch Angel, I really hope to see you among the second-ring wizards. The more powerful wizards there are, the more wizard potions can be sold in the future alchemy empire. The next moment, Sunan summoned Merio, and then he flew into Merio's control room, and Merio flew away. Witch Angel looked at Sunan, who was leaving in the distance, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I didn't expect that I would meet such a good person. The second-ring wizard is my goal for survival. Without it, I really can't escape. My conscience condemns my incompetence. Genius? As long as one does not convert one's talent into combat power, then genius is nothing." Chapter 353, Investigating Maternal Bloodline. Peter Castle. At this moment, the earldom of Peter has become the most prosperous area in the Storm Kingdom. The wolf pack left by Sunan here is protecting this place all the time. Because the energy world has temporarily concentrated its power in Storm Castle, there are no warlocks here for a while, so the business here has become more prosperous in the troubled times. As Earl Peter, Sunan returned to his fortress. The servants in Peter Castle have not seen Sunan for half a year, so everyone seems very happy. Pera, the head maid in charge of maintaining Peter Castle, and Robert also met with Sunan in the study as soon as possible and reported to him the situation of Peter Castle in the past 6 months. Robert excitedly told Sunan, "Master, Our Maple Leaf City now has a population of more than 100,000. Because of the turbulent times, a large number of high quality people are moving to Maple Leaf City. Maple Leaf City, the tax that can be paid to you every year is about 8,000 storm gold coins. The sheepdogs in the castle now have more than 3,000 heads. We used your illusion and smell to try to confirm the loyalty of the wolf pack to you. Although Sunan no longer cares about the simple economic income of Maple Leaf City, out of respect for Robert, he still praised a few words and said that he didn't have to worry about the loyalty of the wolf pack because he could use hypnosis magic to first establish the loyalty of the sheepdogs to him. At best, it requires some delicate manipulation, so it takes 2 to 3 days to slowly hypnotize, and then when transforming the werewolf, this loyalty will be increased tenfold. However, in fact, Sunan doesn't care so much about the loyalty of low-level werewolves now, because he is too powerful now, and is naturally the master of the wolf pack. Of course, it is also important to confirm the loyalty of the werewolves from the bottom. The wolf pack cannot have 2 masters, otherwise it will inevitably collapse. After Sunan sent Robert away, he looked at the head maid Pera. Pera smiled at Sunan and said, "I haven't seen you for several months. You have grown up." "That's great." Sunan asked Pera, "Ms. Pera, I remember you were my mother's personal maid. She had a very good relationship with you when she was alive, like a sister." Pera smiled and said, "Yes, little master. Your mother is a very kind and gentle person. She has an elegant temperament and never embarrasses us servants. She always cares about us." Sunan suddenly asked, "As far as I know, my mother is a former Eastern Empire citizen, a civilian who met my father during the escape. Then can I make a bold assumption that my mother is very likely a noble of the Eastern Law Empire? She has a relatively high bloodline." Pera's face changed. Why do you think so?" Sunan sighed. "Miss Pera, when I was fighting with others, I noticed the abnormality of my blood. I must understand the origin of my body and who I am so that I can move forward better. So if you know anything, you can tell me. Besides, in the current situation, it doesn't matter what blood I have." Maid Pera sighed helplessly. "I was originally prepared to keep this secret until I die. But who knows, since you asked me so, then I will tell you. Anyway, the Storm Kingdom is like this now, and there is also the New Law Church in the south." Maid Pera said, "Your mother, Leonie Heraclius, is a divine family of the Eastern Human Empire and a descendant of the royal family. She is a descendant of the famous Heraclius and a direct descendant of the Heraclius dynasty, one of the golden histories of the Eastern Human Empire." Sunan covered his face. He had already guessed it, but when Pera confirmed this, Sunan felt that things were becoming more and more complicated. Pera saluted Sunan and said, "Since you are a direct descendant of the Heraclius family, your mother thought that the rights naturally bound by your blood would bring you many problems. So let me keep the secret to myself and not even tell the old Baron. At that time, you also know that the Storm Kingdom was in its heyday. Your mother felt that the Eastern Human Empire would never be able to restore its country, and your blood is so noble that you even have the right to claim the throne, so she chose to take you into hiding." Sunan tapped the table in the study with his fingers. He now felt that things had become very complicated, so his tone to Pera was also serious. "Does anyone else know about this, Miss Pera?" Pera shook her head. "Master Leonie only told me." Sunan nodded and praised her. "You did the right thing before. You proved that my mother's trust in you was correct. You are also one of the most reliable people in our Peter family. Don't tell anyone about this in the future." Pera immediately said that she would never tell anyone else about this. Sunan felt that his head was about to explode. If possible, he would not want to be associated with any gods. The blood of the Godman family is indeed very powerful, but read the error-free version at 69 book. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel first. Read at 69 book bar. Well, I don't think I'm losing out. Sunan tapped the table and thought. But what is the true ability of the Godman blood of the Heraclius family? I only know that it can suppress curses, but it won't cancel the power of curses. After Pera left the study, Sunan began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets, trying to find out if there is a blood ability map of the Godman family of the God of Law in the family's collection of books. But he didn't find it. Sunan suddenly looked to the south. There might not be any other places, but the saint of the new law church, Rosenhermod, must know it. He is now a second ring wizard, so of course he doesn't need to be afraid of a saint of a church that has not taken root. If they fight, he is not afraid at all. As a wizard, I can't not understand my own bloodline ability. That's ridiculous. And Sunan hates this uncontrollable feeling. But before going there, Sunan plans to transform a group of wolves first. First, all the werewolves in the original wolf pack are upgraded by 1 level, and then the hounds are selected and transformed into werewolves. Sunan came to the wolf castle and used the human body virtual machine to transform himself into a vampire marquis. Then, as soon as he entered the wolf castle, he began to use hypnosis magic on thousands of ordinary hounds. He expects to use 3 days to ensure that there are no hidden dangers, make these hounds extremely loyal to him, and then transform them. Wizard Hand Sunday, during this half year, has refined 5,000 bottles of ordinary werewolf curse transformation potion. After all, this is just a sublimation thing. So, Sunan doesn't need to worry about not having enough werewolf potion. Chapter 354, a pack of 3,000 werewolves. 3 days later, on the night of the full moon, in the wolf castle, under the moonlight of the full moon, 2,500 werewolf messengers and 500 werewolf deacons, inside and outside the house, transformed from hounds into werewolves, and they all howled in unison, celebrating the birth of this powerful wolf pack. From ancient times to the present, there has never been such a powerful wolf pack. There has never been such a large number of wolf packs. At the same time, Sunan gave 30 shadow werewolf messengers and 9 shadow werewolf deacons to take the werewolf hunter potion, and at the same time, transformed 20 super werewolf messengers, 10 super werewolf deacons, and 10 super werewolf inspectors into mutant werewolves. He also upgraded the remaining 100 werewolf messengers, 30 werewolf deacons, and 10 werewolf inspectors to super werewolves. Now in his own Earl Peter's territory, there are already 3,000 ordinary werewolves, 140 super werewolves, 40 mutant werewolves, and 39 shadow werewolves that are about to become werewolf hunters. The number of wolves has reached more than 3,000. Moreover, with Pera having taken the werewolf hunter potion and the Milgard ring eliminating entropy for them, it is expected that there will soon be 40 werewolf hunters on his side, equivalent to a first ring wizard. These werewolf hunters can help him. The rest of the werewolves can support the werewolf ecosystem. Sunan is going to gradually move these werewolves to the werewolf plane to strengthen his control over the werewolf plane. At the same time, Sunan said to Robert beside him, "Robert, you can expand the number of hounds to be trained again. More and more werewolves will be needed in the future. The more the better." Robert saluted Sunan. "Yes, sir. In fact, there will be many people in the werewolf plane who will take the initiative to become werewolves in the future. After all, not everyone has the talent of a wizard. For those who have a little talent, but are not enough to become a wizard, werewolves and vampires are their way out. But Sunan will open a special werewolf academy to cultivate those people's loyalty to him. Nothing can cultivate people's values better than school." Wolf howls continue to appear inside and outside the wolf house. Sunan quietly left here. He took advantage of the moonlight and manipulated Mario to go directly to the Samori counties in the South Thrace military region. Of course, this place is now controlled by the new law church. Sunan directly manipulated Mario and looked down at the earth. Mario opened his eyes wide, looking for the location of the saint of the law church. "Master, why can't I find his location?" Sunan said, "No way. The spirituality of the saint is like a guiding light in the dark night. How can it be invisible? Look, he is in the castle of the former Samori Count's family." Robert told himself before that the Samori Count's family were all executed by the civilians in this territory. Before, the Samori Count's family had fled by boat overnight, but later they were deceived by the rebellious civilians. At that time, those civilians sent messengers to tell the Samori Count's family that the rebellion had disappeared, and the people of the territory hoped that they would go back and lead them. As a result, as soon as the Count of Samori's family returned, they were captured by the civilians in their territory, and then the family of 7, including 5 children, were all hanged by the civilians without exception. Sunan controlled Merio and landed in the castle, making a huge noise when he landed. But the soldiers and knights searched everywhere, but found nothing. They walked past Merio several times, but they walked straight past him, as if they didn't see him. Saint Rosenhermod appeared in front of Merio, looked up at Merio, and then saw Sunan emerging from Merio's body. He was stunned for a moment, and his eyes showed a slight surprise. So soon, you have become a second ring wizard. Sunan Peter. I thought some other wizard was going to invade. Alas, can you take care of someone who is busy all day? I'm really worried lately. Saint Rosenhermod was still wearing a black windbreaker, dressed conservatively. Sunan stared at him, was silent for a while, and said, "Your attitude is, as if you think, that I will never invade you." Saint Rosenhermod smiled and said, "Didn't we reach an agreement before? I heard about what you did in Stormwind Castle recently. That place was already chaotic enough. Who knew that you would make it even more chaotic?" Sunan Peter, what did you ask me to do this time? Sunan looked at Saint Rosenhermod. When he became a first ring wizard, he only felt that the other party was a tall mountain, and that spirituality seemed to have no boundaries and was endless. But after he became a second ring wizard, Sunan looked at him, as if he saw a sun. Each of his spiritual photons contained huge energy, just like a huge sun. The error-free version is read at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar reads Sunan thinking, the saint is such a powerful existence. If I had fought him when I was at the first ring, I would have died. Only by becoming a second ring wizard can I protect myself in front of a saint. Of course, different saints may have different fighting abilities. After all, some saints are already very old, and this one is still in his prime. Sunan looked at the Saint Rosenhermod and said, "I came to you to make a deal with you. I want the bloodline ability maps of all the divine families in the Eastern Law Empire. You can propose the conditions. If I think it's acceptable, we can complete the deal." In the dark night, the Saint Rosenhermod stared at Sunan standing on Merio's shoulder for a long time, and a full moon was floating behind Merio. Rosen suddenly laughed. "Why would a wizard like you ask me for this kind of thing, unless you have already discovered it? I will tell you directly, no need to beat around the bush. The divine man of the Heraclius family has the blood ability of curse transformation. It is to transform the curse into something harmless, or the opposite effect. It means that, if someone curses you, and your blood has been awakened, you can turn the curse into a blessing. This is a very tricky ability." Sunan frowned. This guy really knew that he had the divine man blood of the Heraclius family in his body. Did he know it when he saw himself for the first time? Saint Rosenhermod said, "When I approached you for the first time, I could already feel the blood in your body. Your blood is very pure. It should be pure blood. The first time, I wanted to bring you back and re-educate you, but you ran away. The second time I saw you, you were already a first ring wizard. I knew that I was one step too late. So I gave up the idea of re-educating you. I actually let the wizard pollute you." Chapter 355, The Favored One of the God of Law. In the dark night, Sunan frowned, ignoring the unwillingness in Rosen's words, and asked directly, "How can I fully stimulate the blood in my body?" Saint Rosenhermod said, "To stimulate the divine blood of the God of Law, you must have the courage to judge all living beings and legislate for heaven and earth. But you have this. What limits you is your age. The normal age for the complete awakening of divine blood is 22 years old. Once fully awakened, it means that you are qualified to become the spokesperson of the God of Law in the world at any time." Sunan was a little speechless. He was a second ring wizard. How could he be the spokesperson of the God of Law in the world? Sunan asked, "Then, is there a way to accelerate awakening? I'm only over 17 years old now. It must be the sooner the divine blood is awakened, the better." The next moment, Saint Rosenhermod teleported to Sunan. Sunan glanced at the arcane superintuitive ring on his right middle finger, and confirmed that the ring was not flashing, and the other party had no killing intention. Then he did not move, and let the other party press his right hand full of the spirituality of the Law Saint on his chest. Rosen said, "By directly touching your body with the essence of the power of the God of Law, you can forcibly activate the blood of the God in your body." Sunan Peter. I am not supporting you, but I'm really curious about how far you can go as a wizard, a storm lord, and a god of law. Then let me help you. Just be careful, there is a certain danger in activating the blood in this way. You are in the period when the god of law, who had not yet become a god, was still a mortal, and faced a judgment that was impressive to him. Please make your judgment. The next moment, Sunan knew what the danger was. He only felt that the spirituality of Saint Rosen, like the sun, was directly in front of him, and he seemed to fall into the sun. Then, he saw a vast expanse of white in front of him, as if he was an array of light. In front of him were 3 huge crosses, on which were tied 3 ragged humans with wounds all over their bodies. The hands and feet of these humans were nailed to the crosses by the long nails of light. Although they were so embarrassed, Sunan felt that the aura of each of them was not weaker than his own, and some were even stronger than his. They were not wizards. If this was really the memory of the god of law, then the era in which this incident happened should have been so long ago that it could not be verified, and it might not even happen in the main material plane. Therefore, the 3 trapped sinners on the cross, waiting to be sentenced, should be strong people under a certain power system. There were 6 holy angels waving golden whips, whipping them, drawing scars on their bodies, and accusing them of betraying the gods. There seemed to be many spectators around, and these spectators were calling for the 3 traitors to be guilty and executed immediately. Sunan seemed to be the judge of this trial, or rather, he was in the position of the god of law in this memory, and the angels were waiting for his final order. Sunan flipped through the charges of the 3 people. It turned out that the plane where these 3 people were located was heavily taxed by a god named Ancient Sun. The local area could not pay the taxes, so Ancient Sun released divine power and caused a drought that lasted for 30 years in that plane. So, these 3 people organized an army to rebel against the Ancient Sun Church, violating the divine law that mortals must not disobey the gods, and then they were defeated, captured, and therefore trapped here. Today is the day to judge them. This is the holy court of the Ancient Sun. These 3 people even attempted to attack the gate of the kingdom of heaven of the Ancient Sun, committing an unforgivable crime. Not only are the gods angry, but even the believers of Ancient Sun in various planes are angry. The 3 prisoners waiting to die on the sacred cross roared, "We don't accept it. What's the difference between gods and demons to us? We are not rebelling against gods, we just want to live. We are not thugs, we just want to live. It is the divine law that forces us to die. We can only resist. Do we have to die to obey the divine law?" At this time, the angry memory of the god of law was transmitted to Sunan through the spirit. He looked at the 3 people on the holy cross with cold eyes and full of disgust, as if it was because the words of these 3 people had made the god of law extremely disgusted. Sunan said, "Are they guilty?" Suddenly, the white spiritual space suddenly turned scarlet, and the audience here seemed to become even more angry. "Guilty. Guilty." Sunan turned his head to look at the 3 people on the holy cross. At this time, in fact, as long as he represented the god of law and made a judgment here, he would probably be able to awaken his bloodline. After all, it doesn't matter how the judgment is made. The key is that, by experiencing the memory of the god of law, when he was a mortal, he can awaken his divine bloodline. After all, it is not that difficult to awaken the divine bloodline. He is just too young and eager to strengthen his own strength. He awakens his own ability. But Sunan felt uncomfortable facing this situation. If he only needs to make a judgment here, he doesn't know what kind of judgment the god of law made when he was a mortal in history. However, according to the anger and indifference of the god of law towards the 3 people at this moment, he should be convicted. But he obviously has a different opinion on this. Sunan raised his right hand, and the audience and angels immediately stopped shouting guilty and began to wait for Sunan, as the judge of the holy court, to sentence the 3 rebel leaders to death. Sunan said, "I want to ask you a question. There is no law here, no one defending the other party, and no one who is calm. What kind of court is this? If the trial itself is not in compliance with the law, then there is no point in the trial. Therefore, I will not judge guilty or not guilty. I rule that this trial is invalid." The spiritual audience around him fell silent for a moment, and then they raised angry voices. "Traitor. You are a traitor. Sun angels, kill him." Sunan's eyes also turned cold, and he began to mock the group, mocking a group of people. I thought you set up a court, it was so fair, but after all this time, the court is just a place for you to vent your emotions. The majesty of the law should be maintained. It is not for the ancient sun to judge the sinners, but for the law to judge the sinners. The birth of the law is to make people live better and let those who make mistakes reflect, not to punish for the sake of punishment. The law is to protect the interests of the innocent, not to protect the interests of God. Everyone, I will not accompany you, if you mess around like this. He saw a sun angel, holding a sword and killing him. Sunan's eyes lit up. It's a good time. His 7-time sublimation 2 ring unmarked potion has not been refined yet. Although this is just a memory, it is the spirituality of the saint of the god of law, and the things that the god of law transformed into when he was immortal. Therefore, although the sun angel no longer exists in reality, his spirituality is real here. The sun angel, holding a sword several tens of meters long, slashed towards Sunan. The moment it hit Sunan's permanent defense position, the brown force field shield, the sword burst into flames. Countless solar energy particles torrents bombarded Sunan, and Sunan felt the torrent like a solar particle storm, and his understanding of the magic of the sun became deeper. The sun angel's eyes were cold. Judge, your strength is okay, but you shouldn't betray your god. Sunan's eyes were strange. It seemed that the god of law was once a judge of the ancient sun god. But later, the god of law was clearly the god king of the order god system. Could it be that the god of law came from behind and was now killed by another god who came from behind? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. Sunan thought of Mage. Although he didn't have the status of the god of law, Mage, as a god of the middle plane, was so different from the main gods of the astral plane and the main material plane that they were two different existences. But Mage was also backstabbed by the subordinate gods and lost his position. Sunan transformed into a golden werewolf hunter, summoned 500 acres of land from the past, and summoned the wizards of the metal school. It was just that the sun angel was covered with a layer of flames. Then he turned into a scorching sun, and in an instant, he burned all the land that Sunan summoned from the past with the prophecy school spell. Then Sunan, as a golden werewolf hunter, fought with the sun angel for more than 30 moves. Sunan was beheaded and cut in half by him many times, but he barely survived many times with his immortal ability. Of course, Sunan's immortal ability has now reached its limit, because the high temperature around the sun angel effectively curbed his immortal ability. Sunan had secretly asked the intelligent computer to record more than 300 kinds of data about the sun angel during the fight. When the sun angel raised his sword and chopped at him again, and the audience around him expressed their intention to destroy him and the three sinners, a pure white light suddenly fell from the sky. Then, the sun angel collapsed in fear. That's another god. At the same time, all the angels present were destroyed by the light of law. Sunan himself was also within the attack range of the light of law. However, after he was attacked by the light of law, his body was forced to transform back to human. At the same time, the Heraclius bloodline in his body was rapidly activated and absorbed a part of the light of law and began to thrive. The light of law outlined a law book in his bloodline. The first page of the law book had a line of words, curse transformation, and then the law book automatically turned the page, and the second page had a line of words, energy counterattack. Sunan's face was strange. Is this a reward? The god of law gave me the abilities of other divine families belonging to the god of law, just because I questioned the legitimacy of the court. Wait a minute. Sunan suddenly realized something. Could it be that when the god of law was immortal and experienced this incident, his judgment was similar to mine? Between protecting the lives of mortals and protecting the dignity of the gods, he chose the third option, protecting the dignity of the law. The next moment, the spirituality in Sunan's eyes became increasingly thinner. He regained consciousness and saw Saint Rozen Hermod sweating and panting. Rozen saw a flash of golden light in Sunan's pupils. This is really weird. Congratulations, you are the one favored by the Lord of Law. Only a few gods can become the one favored by the Lord of Law and gain power beyond the bloodline of their own gods. Gods who have the status of being favored by gods are generally the next generation of emperors. Sunan felt his scalp tingling. He actually just wanted to get some bloodline power of the gods for free. He didn't want to be involved in the increasingly complicated struggle for the Emperor's throne of the main material plane. Sunan now knows the special meaning of the main material plane in the void. Sunan hesitated for a moment and said, "This. Can I refuse?" Saint Rosenhermod looked at him with a strange look. Sunan said, "Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything." Saint Rosen's look returned to normal. Sunan said, "But can I ask, what choice did the god of law make about the trial in the memory I just saw?" Rosenhelmut said, "Same as you. Lord of Law, I spoke out of turn." "No, you did something similar to the Lord of Law. At that time, the Lord of Law was very angry about the three mortals' questioning of the gods and divine laws. But he was more concerned about the Ancient Sun's illegal conduct of the Holy Court, and the court procedures that were basically accusing the three humans of a crime. So as a judge of the Holy Court at that time, he publicly questioned whether the Holy Court was still valid, and he suffered the same treatment as you. He was besieged and killed by many saints, angels, and gods. But no one would save him at that time. He killed his way out, and was seriously injured. After a long time, he achieved the throne of God, and gained the support of a civilization in his struggle with the Ancient Sun's mortal forces. He became the god of law. After becoming the god of law, he immediately launched a war against the Ancient Sun. Then, in the long war, he destroyed the Ancient Sunday. Sunan asked, "Is the Ancient Sun the former god of the Order God system? Is the help of the civilization that the god of law received from the civilization of the main material plane?" Saint Rosenhermod said, "You are very smart. No wonder my lord likes you, allows you to be deeply bound to us, and grants you power. Both of your guesses are correct." Sunan smiled bitterly. "This is troublesome. It turns out that the civilization of the main material plane can influence the replacement of the god kings, and make the god of law a god. And after becoming a god, it is still a relatively powerful god." Sunan tried to try again. "Saint Rosen, I'm just an ordinary little wizard with no ambition. Can you talk to the god of law? Cancel my status as a god's favored one." Rosen glanced at him, then turned and walked away, as if he didn't want to pay attention to him. "Since you have the blood of gods, you have been involved in this matter a long time ago. I have something to tell you. When gods want to kill you, it often has nothing to do with you." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "Then how should I get along with the Paleologus family of the Nicomedia Empire?" Rosen stood at a distance, with his back to him, and shook his head. "That's your own business. The major gods and families of the god of law are in a competitive and hostile relationship, as well as a relationship of collaborators and subordinates. You decide for yourself. Besides, the Paleologus family has long forgotten the law in their hearts. In their eyes, conspiracy, deception, luring and assassination are more effective than the law. They have already fallen." Chapter 356, Storm Rally once again. Sunan drove Mario back to Peter territory. This time he went to the headquarters of the new law church, and gained at least two most important gains. First, he obtained two fully activated divine family abilities. Second, he confirmed that his neighbor, the new law church, would not suddenly attack him. Sunan did not go to Stormwind Castle immediately, because the situation in Stormwind Castle was very complicated, and he needed to adapt to the level of a second-ring wizard and quickly enhance his own means. Let himself truly reach the level of a wizard who has been a second-ring wizard for many years in terms of means. Because there were still 3 days before the end of the month, Sunan simply studied in the laboratory of Peter Castle. When he fought the demon before, he transformed into a golden werewolf hunter, and the wolf head rune appeared on the back of his right hand. In the laboratory in Peter Castle, Sunan dropped a drop of magic potion on the back of his hand, and then the wolf head pattern on the back of his hand actually showed a magical power vibration. My guess is correct. This immortal king's mark is a seal. But since it is a seal, it must be able to be removed. The key is, what is this seal sealed? It was during the 3 days of research that Sunan realized that the immortal king's mark of the werewolves in the main material plane was actually a kind of sealing magic. Sunan changed to a magic potion that he had prepared temporarily to remove the seal, and ripped it on the back of his hand. As a result, he felt a burning sensation on the back of his werewolf hand, and the back of his werewolf hand was still sizzling with white mist. The seal has failed to be removed. Sunan thought when he saw this scene. The level of this seal is very high, so not only did it fail to remove the seal, but it didn't even remove a little bit of the seal. It seems that I can only continue my research later. Sunan kept this topic in mind. There should be something behind this magic seal. If possible, we should unlock it and see what is behind it, so we can start researching it from now on. Besides, the seal magic is indeed worth studying. Sunan spent another half a day to change the previous exile path magic into the exile path potion. As long as he crushed the potion, he could summon an exile path to suppress the enemy. At the same time, Sunan placed this potion next to the failed Death Knight potion he had made in the past 3 days. Then, Sunan asked Robert to arrange a carriage, and then he got on the carriage and came to the outskirts of Peter's territory and entered the entrance of the storm gathering. Under the stormy weather unique to the storm gathering, Sunan found that there were already a lot of people in the storm gathering at this moment. In addition to the lightning wizard, the petrified witch, Cavendish, the rubber witch, the iron shield wizard, and the insect curse old wizard, there was also the newly invited angel witch and 2 other first ring wizards he had never seen. In addition, with the help of their own magic potions, the magic pressure of world, chariot, and priestess has reached 100, and they are ready to break through at any time. There are also 5 other wizards who are not first ring wizards, and are not regular visitors to the gathering. It can be seen that the storm gathering is growing stronger and stronger. The petrified witch smiled and handed the storm gathering contract to Sunan. During this period, our gathering has 14 new wizards joining, but these wizards don't come every time. However, should we stop expanding temporarily? Too many people are difficult to manage and digest. Sunan took the storm gathering contract, took a look, and was a little disappointed. There are no second ring wizards here. But he thought about it and knew that there would be no second ring wizards at this time. After all, the main material plane has just generated enough magic tides to give birth to second ring wizards because of the energy world. Even because the magic tides have been manipulated, wizards from many schools are restricted, and it is more difficult to become second ring wizards than before. For example, the blessing magic of her family, a pen pal of mine named Connor from the Starry Sea, would only be 1/3 as powerful if it were in the main material plane. Sunan said to the petrified witch calmly, no need to consider the problem of being unmanageable. Because I'm already a second ring wizard. The petrified witch was stunned for a moment, and everyone else was stunned. Even the 2 new first ring wizards who had just joined and were looking at the interpersonal relationships and the strength of the wizards in the storm gathering with a thoughtful look. Their eyes were slightly dull at this moment. After all, Sunan's words, I'm already a second ring wizard. This sentence was too shocking for them. Sunan simply released his magic pressure directly. At this moment, the magic pressure was as high as 668, which made all the wizards present feel very uncomfortable. The lightning wizard and a petrified witch looked at each other. This is really the magic pressure of a second ring wizard. Sunan Peter, what kind of person is he? When I first met him, he didn't even have magic pressure. The petrified witch murmured to herself. Sunan did not make any explanation. A second ring wizard did not need to make any explanation. The fact in front of him was the fact, and no explanation was needed. The Iron Shield Wizard, the Rubber Witch, the Old Wizard of the Insect Curse, and Cavendish all bowed to Sunan. The 2 first-ring wizards who had just joined the gathering, after a brief shock, showed ecstasy in their eyes. After all, this was a second-ring wizard. A second-ring wizard who could make their magic improve with just a few words of advice. For them, they did not need to be surprised at why Sunan improved so quickly. Anyway, it was their first time meeting Sunan. They immediately realized that the key point was that they had to leave a good impression on Sunan. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. The 2 wizards saluted Sunan one after another, even bowing their heads below their knees. One wizard said to Sunan, hello, great second ring wizard. I'm Norris Lloyd, a first ring wizard of the Son of Flame Wizard organization. I'm good at the School of Transmutation, the Flame Subdirection Magic. It is my honor to meet you today. Another first ring wizard saluted Sunan and said enthusiastically, I'm also a first ring wizard of the Son of Flame, named Charleston Lexington. The magic I'm good at is similar to Norris. The wizards of our transmutation school are basically magic cannons. We two brothers came here because of the invitation of the witch priestess. Now it seems that we are really grateful to her. This time, just being able to meet the second ring wizard has greatly benefited us. Great second ring wizard, please give me more guidance in the future. Sunan nodded to the two of them. I don't know what the identity of the priestess is in reality, and she actually knows so many formal wizards. Then, he said to everyone, the storm gathering will continue as usual, and we can recruit second ring wizards. Our storm gathering can grow bigger and bigger in the future. After all, I have recently recruited a lot of apprentices. In the future, the potions they make can be sold through the gathering. Hearing Sunan say this, everyone was relieved, fearing that Sunan wanted to turn the gathering into his private army, and there would no longer be the welfare benefits of equal trade. Sunan glanced at everyone and suddenly asked, "Where is the Justice Witch? Didn't she come?" Among the crowd, the person who had the best relationship with the Justice Witch, besides Sunan, was the Petrified Witch. So, the Petrified Witch answered, "Yes, she hasn't come to the gathering for 4 months. Maybe, there is some important research." Sunan turned the brass ring on the index finger of his left hand. This was the ring he used to contact the Justice Witch, Mary Ballier. Sunan said, "I'm just asking casually. It's up to you to attend the meeting or not." Then the first stage, the anecdote exchange stage, begins. There are already dozens of wizards present, so this stage is different from the previous stage, where no one was willing to talk. There were many anecdotes on the scene, some of which surprised Sunan. For example, Charles from the Flame School told a story about how he found a first ring creature, a frost giant, and a first ring abyss succubus in the extreme north of the Storm Kingdom in the main material plane. After the first stage was completed, Sunan announced that the second stage, the intelligence exchange stage, had begun. Sunan asked directly, "Everyone, I have 2 things that are urgently needed. Because there are 2 magic spells that require these 2 magic resources to complete. If someone can provide me with these 2 magic items, I will use Flash plus 2 potions as a reward." Hearing Sunan, a second ring wizard, speak, all the wizards looked at Sunan involuntarily, concentrating, and secretly hoped in their hearts that they could help Sunan in any way. Chapter 357, Kivutri VIP and Waterside Moss Swamp. Sunan said, "I want to ask you, do you know where there is a large concentration of death energy, at least at the second ring level? And, where are there powerful second ring creatures? These 2 are exactly the main materials for the second ring Death Knight and the second ring Sunmark potion. I have never collected them before, so I have not upgraded the Death Knight and the Insect Swarm to the second ring." After hearing what Sunan said, everyone began to smile bitterly. Among the questions raised by Sunan, the gathering places of powerful creatures and the powerful undead land are not difficult to find, but the problem is that Sunan's requirements are second ring. This is different. Just this one request made the first ring wizard who wanted to respond immediately after hearing Sunan's request shut up. Sunan was a little disappointed when he saw them silent for a while and was about to speak to end the topic, but suddenly the rubber witch thought about it and said to Sunan, "Second ring wizard, I think I should know a place that perfectly meets all your requirements." Sunan directly handed her a bottle of Flash plus 2 potion. The rubber witch was extremely happy and said with a smile, "My lord, I have heard that there are many swamps in Asia Minor. There is an area called the Waterside Moss Swamp, which was once the capital of a country called the Assyrian Empire. That black witchcraft empire was once protected by a second ring wizard of the Earth School. Later, the wizard died, and the place where he died turned into the Waterside Moss Swamp, and the capital of the Assyrian Empire sank into the swamp and has never been found since." The old wizard of the insect curse asked doubtfully, "Rubber witch, isn't that a rumor?" The rubber witch became serious. "No. According to my recent investigation in that area, it may not really be a rumor. I found a large number of flying flies as big as carriages on the outskirts of the Waterside Moss Swamp, as well as many enlarged parasites. The entire Waterside Moss Swamp is already filled with terrible and evil magic. That is a cursed place. In that place, there are a large number of creatures that died in the swamp and turned into undead, and there are also a large number of living creatures. The rubber witch's face showed fear, and she turned to look at Sunan. Second ring wizard, I once led people there, and our school suffered heavy casualties. But we went a little into the waterside moss swamp, and found that there were many ancient tomb buildings floating out of the swamp. There is a force that has permanently changed the place, and awakened the evil forces that have been hidden in it for thousands of years. Cavendish said, is it so terrible? That area is the territory of the Nicomedia Empire, right? Sunan commented, the emergence of the dark force magic tide will awaken many evils that were originally hidden in this land. I know that. Her werewolves and vampires were also blessed by the dark force magic tide. The rubber witch bowed slightly to Sunan. I even saw the Kivu tree appear inside the waterside moss swamp. Sunan saw the map of the Kivu tree appear in the Golden Wizard's collection of books. It was a snake that looked very dangerous. The size of an adult Kivu tree viper is generally as big as an adult human. But the most terrifying thing about Kivu tree viper is its venom. Kivu tree viper belongs to the second ring creature, and its venom is incurable. Sunan showed a thoughtful look, and looked at his arcane superintuitive ring. The rubber witch had no reason to deceive herself. If this was the case, it would be very necessary to go to the swamp in Asia Minor. The rubber witch asked tentatively, if the second ring wizard needs a guide, I'm willing to lead the way for you. Sunan nodded. Okay. If I guessed correctly, the wizard organization of the rubber witch should be in the local area. Although the strength of the rubber witch is far inferior to that of herself, she is a local snake after all. With her guidance and help, it will be much more convenient for me. Sunan said to her, afterwards, I will give you another bottle of flash +2 potion as a reward. The rubber witch smiled and clasped her hands together. Thank you, thank you. Then I'll be waiting for you at Arosaka Tavern in the swamp city of Miletus. Sunan glanced at her. The rubber witch was different from the justice witch. She was more eccentric. At the beginning, when everyone was not familiar with her, she was more or less arrogant, but now her personality is very lively and jumping. Sunan glanced at everyone, and found that they had nothing to add. So, he ended the topic. Sunan waited for a while, waiting for these first ring wizards and wizard apprentices to complete their own transactions, and then he announced the entry into the third stage. In the third stage, Sunan casually sold 121 bottles of flash potion and flash +1 potion, and obtained 5,000 magic stones. Now Sunan, plus the magic stones consumed in previous battles and experiments, now has a total of 8,500 magic stones in his hands. This kind of magic stone is widely used, so it can become a common currency among wizards. After another round of transactions was completed, Sunan saw the world, chariot, and priestess walking towards him alone, and raised their eyebrows. Sunan asked, is it for the azure potion? As the oldest wizard among them, the old wizard chariot also had the highest emotional intelligence. He gave Sunan a subtle salute to show his respect for the second ring wizard, and then said, Lord Moon, the three of us have reached the limit of first-class wizard apprentices. So I want to ask you to buy a azure potion. Sunan nodded slightly, then used the niche conversion spell to summon an ordinary werewolf, and then gave them 3 bottles of azure potion. This is a benefit of the gathering. Everyone only has one chance. I'll sell it to you at the price of 50 magic stones. This price is definitely not expensive, and it is even quite cheap. This is a magic potion that can help them break through to the first ring wizard. The old wizard chariot looked eager, and he quickly paid the 50 magic stones he had saved before, and took the azure potion from Sunan. He looked at the azure potion with a confused look in his eyes. Lord Moon, if there is such a benefit, even if you ask us to join your wizard organization, we are willing. The priestess also nodded and said, yes, yes. It's really worth it to follow Moon. The Witch of World hesitated and asked Sunan, Teacher Moon, can I ask you a question? Can I learn from you? Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 Book Bar. Although everyone is a member of the assembly, the gap between everyone has been widened now, and World even wants to learn from Sunan. Sunan looked at her in surprise. I remember the price of betraying the wizard organization. It's very serious. World, how do you deal with the relationship between the wizard organization you were in before and you? world was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered embarrassedly that she herself was still an apprentice of a wizard organization, so how could she worship a wizard from outside as a teacher? Although, if Sunan, as a second ring wizard, must recruit her, he will definitely get something out of her. But as a second ring wizard, why would Sunan do this? She is not incredibly talented. Sunan said to the three of them, to be honest, I did conquer a plane recently and built a wizard academy there. It's just that I'm a little short of manpower and teachers recently. So I do welcome free people to join my magic wizard academy. Sunan looked at the people at the gathering and said, however, if you join my magic wizard academy, you must be completely loyal to me and quit your previous wizard organization. After all, it is my private plane. You can understand, so everything is up to you voluntarily. The wizards in the storm gathering, of course, understood Sunan. After all, a completely conquered plane is right beside your bed. If they were not wizard members of the wizard organization that was completely affiliated with Sunan, how could they be allowed to enter? However, the first ring wizards present all had families and businesses, and only Cavendish seemed to be interested. Also, Angel Witch from the Path of Exile, she had also done a lot of deals in the gathering before, and it can be said that she had made good gains. Angel Witch is now alone, so when Sunan said this, Sunan also clearly saw that she was thinking. And the world side, she is a member of a herbal wizard organization. How could she leave the wizard organization? If she wants to leave the wizard organization she belongs to, she must at least return several times the resources she got from that wizard organization, and then they will be likely to let her leave. Sunan said to everyone, anyway, I'm not in a hurry for the time being. This is a long-term invitation. If you have nowhere to go in the future, you can join my School of Magic and Werewolf Empire. I welcome you very much, as a friend. The lightning wizard smiled and said, indeed, this gives us a way out. The invitation of a second ring wizard is indeed very important. Even the wizards of the two Sons of Flame School felt that Sunan's proposal was very attractive to them. After all, Sunan could even take out so many flash potions in the market. If they joined his wizard organization, who knows what kind of resources they could get every day. When they thought of this, the two first ring wizards of the Son of Flame felt that their current wizard organization was like a shackle that restricted them. Then, another round of transactions took place. The lightning wizard took out a dead dragon egg. This is the magic resource accumulated by our school before, but unexpectedly, the dragon did not hatch, and the dragon egg became a dead egg, so I took it out to sell. Everyone, see who wants it, and just buy it at a low price. The rubber witch crossed her arms and commented, the hatching requirements of dragon eggs are very high, and the previous low magic and no magic environment is impossible to hatch dragon eggs. Your dragon egg will definitely be broken. Angel Witch hesitated for a moment, then whispered, but I feel that this dragon egg still contains a dragon's spirituality. It's just that the spirituality has been polluted. Except for the necromancer, no wizard can use it. Everyone looked at Sunan. Sunan wiped his nose, looked at the grinning lightning wizard, and said, okay, it's mine. 300 magic stones, okay. Although it's a dragon egg, you're just a dead egg. The lightning wizard smiled and said, okay, the deal is done. Just like that, the storm gathering ended with Sunan taking the dragon egg away. In the future, the storm gathering will become larger and larger, and Sunan is even planning to open it to the Star Domain Sea. If Sunan can find the celestial phenomenon leading to the Star Domain Sea near his werewolf plane. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Arcane Vampire. After leaving the storm gathering, Sunan arranged for Robert to continue to increase the number of hound pups. At the same time, Sunan assigned tasks to more than 3,000 wolf packs, asking them to take turns patrolling the earldom of Peter. However, now that the earldom of Peter has its own decrees, the people are getting more and more accustomed to ordinary wolf packs and getting along with them. A culture of worshipping wolves has emerged in the territory. This will allow Sunan to arrange for them to accept werewolves and prepare for it. At the same time, Sunan also entered the right territory through the underground passage of the territory. At that time, Jinx, who was in the city of insects, welcomed and delighted Sunan. Sunan went to the right territory to completely eliminate the black hole creatures under the main city of Peter. Although the black hole creatures were weakened many times by the insect swarm, they still exist and have even rioted frequently recently, killing thousands of lizardmen. Sunan entered the main city of Peter and saw Song Zhang, who was still making firefox skins in his laboratory in the main city of Peter, and the Rye mistress, mother and daughter. In the laboratory, Song Zhang and Hei Mei were both stunned when they saw Sunan, but Hei Mei reacted the fastest. She was really ecstatic and said to Sunan with extreme admiration, "Master, you have become a second ring wizard. Great master, you are not even 18 years old. Although I have already confirmed it, I'm more certain, now that you are the wizard master, that fate has made me pursue and serve." Sunan was speechless. To be precise, it was not that he was the master that Hei Mei thought fate should let her serve, but his own strength that made Hei Mei think that he was the person that fate wanted her to serve. But it didn't matter. For these extremely strong loving drow, there was no difference between the two. Sunan checked the two and said, "I have seen your loyalty to me during this period. Very good. But I have seen your qualifications. You two are really not good and have limits. Or, this is the shackles caused by the arcane bloodline." Sunan had checked the two and found that they really had no talent, otherwise they would have become great arcane masters because of the arcane bloodline. And because of the limitations of the arcane bloodline, even if they took the flash potion and the blue potion, it would be impossible for them to break through and become a first ring wizard. This can be regarded as the arcane bloodline's success and failure. The eyes of the Black Rye mistress dimmed. "So, I can't become a great arcane master and serve the master for the rest of my life. No, master, don't abandon me." Sunan looked at her speechlessly. He could feel that the Black Rye mistress's emotions were real, but to be honest, he was just average to her, and she had this idea completely out of her admiration for the strong. Sunan sat on a chair in the laboratory and said, "Let's not talk about Song Zhang for now, she hasn't reached the limit of her potential. But Hei Mei, I'll give you two choices. If you still want to improve your strength. First, I will extract all the arcane blood in your body and you start over. Second, I will turn you into a vampire and let you directly become a one-ring creature." Hei Mei and Song Zhang showed surprise and disbelief. Directly turn her into a one-ring creature? This is actually possible. Sunan said to the mother and daughter lightly, "If the arcane blood is extracted, Hei Mei, you can start over as a normal wizard. More free. If you choose to become a vampire, that's not bad. The vampires I transformed are naturally repellent to the identity of wizards, and the two are incompatible. I need a special vampire servant." This is the necessary price paid by Sunan for creating vampires and werewolves. After all, the vampires and werewolves created by Sunan are already powerful enough. But Sunan also thinks that he can try to create a vampire wizard. The first experiment was to transform the drow with arcane blood into vampires to see if they could retain the ability to cast arcane spells. Before, when I transformed Vanessa Van Helsing into my vampire Baron, she lost the ability to cast blood magic and gained the vampire's extreme speed and hypnosis magic. There is gain only when there is loss. This is the necessary price to enhance the vampire and give it the ability to achieve extreme speed and hypnosis. And the facts have proved that such vampires are far more powerful than the original vampires. Now, Sunan is trying to find a way to bypass this price transaction and allow the vampire to have extreme speed and hypnosis while retaining the ability to cast arcane magic. If the experiment is completed, then I can combine my entire vampire with the arcane magic system and make the vampires become mage units. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Even if we can't make low-level vampires have the ability to cast arcane spells, we can at least let our high-level vampires have this ability. In fact, after the werewolf hunter has a bunch of skills, even the power of the abyss, and the hunter's chain hand, the werewolf is much stronger than the vampire of the same level. Sunan's development of the potential of vampires is still not in place. Madame Haley almost didn't hesitate and said to Sunan directly, "Master, I choose the second way, to get something for nothing." She had tried the way of relying on her own efforts before, and the result was very bad. This time, Madame Haley just wanted to be taken away by Sunan. Sunan nodded. "Haley, you describe your choice very simply and clearly." Madame Haley flew up directly from the spot, and at the same time Sunan used the injection spell to inject the Vampire Baron potion and the Vampire Viscount potion into her body one by one. A blood coffin appeared on Madame Haley's body, and the blood-colored energy was wrapping her, and her skin was rapidly turning pale. The blood coffin floated in the sky above the laboratory, and blood threads transformed by blood magic appeared around it, and the power was infused into the blood coffin. Sunan said, "I don't know what will happen after the arcane bloodline and vampire transformation are combined. But if my idea can succeed, it will also greatly enhance my power." Sunan now has a trump card, which is to turn himself into a vampire werewolf hybrid. As long as the vampire can obtain the power of the arcane system, the hybrid he transformed into will be more powerful. The ring of Myrkod automatically emerged, and the illusion of the snake god wrapped around the body of the Rye Mistress, swallowing the entropy increase on her body in big mouthfuls, and even burped. Myrkod said, "I haven't eaten so arrogantly for a long time. This person's qualifications are really poor. Not bad, not bad. There will be enough chaos like this." Sunan, what do you think? Sunan did not talk, but kept an eye on the transformation process, and also fine-tuned its magic during the process to ensure that the transformation was successful. The arcane vampire was still an attempt to deal with the black hole creature. Therefore, Sunan wants to be as successful as possible. Chapter 359, Assassination of the White Council. 3 days later, in the Rye underground laboratory, the Rye Mistress walked out of the blood coffin. She was wearing a black dress, and 5 translucent blood rings were wrapped around her body. The blood rings rotated around her arms. Every time they rotated, the blood runes would combine and then decompose, repeating this cycle. The Rye Mistress looked at her hands in disbelief and said, "This power is incredible." She teleported from one side of the laboratory to the other side at a very fast speed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. As a one-ring creature, the speed of the Vampire Viscount is 50, which crushes the legendary Storm Knight of the same level. Although in the eyes of Sunan today, it is just a turtle speed. The Rye Mistress tried to use the magic she was good at, Arcane Missile, but the next moment, she realized that she could not cast spells. The Rye Mistress immediately tried to cast Arcane Prophecy, Arcane Flicker, and Arcane Shield, but every time she cast a spell, the 5 rune blood rings lingering on her arms would emit a special flicker. Then, she failed to cast the spell. The Rye Mistress was stunned for a moment, but she didn't care much about it. She didn't have high requirements, just 1 ring would be enough. No matter what the first ring is, it's fine as long as it's 1 ring. It's like the requirements of a poor student, which is very low compared to a top student. Moreover, the magic potion of the Vampire Viscount, after the later preparation of Sunan, once it was born, the magic pressure reached 200, which is stronger than the previous Vampire Viscount. Although the limit speed has not changed much, the other physical attributes have been greatly improved. The Rye Mistress can feel that she can now easily kill her as an arcane master. The arcane magic that she knew before, which was like a trick, could not even break the defense of this powerful first-ring creature vampire body and magic pressure shell. Therefore, although the Rye Mistress was confused for a while, she soon didn't care much about it. But she soon thought of something, and immediately knelt down to Sunan. As a Vampire Viscount, she felt Sunan's power even more. Before, she was like an ant. Although she looked up and saw the mountain, she could not see the height of the mountain. Now that she has become a mouse, she feels that the mountain in front of her is even higher. Great Master, thank you for giving me power and giving me the opportunity to become your slave. The Rye Mistress said sincerely, "Thank you." Sunan raised his eyebrows. Because of the special slave culture in the underground world, even becoming a slave of a strong man requires a special opportunity. So the Rye Mistress in front of him is sincerely thanking him. Sunan swept her arm. He didn't say anything just now, just observing. In his opinion, the fact that the Rye Mistress failed to cast a spell several times just now does not mean that she cannot cast a spell. In fact, she was close to success several times. But for some reason, she failed to cast a spell. Sunan asked the intelligent brain to check the situation of the Rye Mistress. Yes, there are two kinds of energy in the vampire in front of you. It is expected that your potion design will allow the power of the vampire Viscount to coexist peacefully with the arcane blood in her body, but during the transformation, the two forces combine together to form a new power. The new magic power caused her original arcane magic to fail. The 5 blood rings on her arm are presumably representative of her special magic energy that has reached the first ring level. Sunan understood, which meant that his experiment should be considered a success. He just needed to modify the arcane magic into a vampire-friendly version of arcane magic and build a new spell model. Sunan said to Heavy May, "Starting today, accompany me to do a set of experiments. Stretch out your hand." Heavy Maiden obediently stretched out her left hand. Sunan extracted a tube of blood from her left wrist. He needed to carefully observe the changes in the arcane blood. An hour later, Sunan handed the rebuilt and upgraded arcane missile model to Heavy Maiden and watched Heavy Maiden perform it in person. However, this time Heavy Maiden failed again. The 5 blood rings on her right arm reacted more violently this time, and the 5 blood rings doubled in size. Then Heavy Maiden's magic failed again. In the laboratory, Mistress Black Rye finally began to worry. She was worried that she would stay away from Sunan's laboratory and Sunan if she could not cast magic. She apologized to Sunan. "I'm sorry, Master. Give me another chance. I will definitely be able to cast it successfully this time." Sunan stopped her and said, "No need. I know the problem is not with you. Come back in 6 hours. Mistress Black Rye could only leave the laboratory silently after hearing Sunan's order. Sunan sat on a chair in the laboratory and began to think deeply. He stared at the blood sample of Mistress Black Rye in front of him and input his magic power into it. Suddenly, the blood boiled. Then, a mixture of arcane energy and blood magic was separated from the blood. I still misunderstood the characteristics of this new type of magic energy. Sunan realized that this new type of blood magic was absorbing his own magic power, while deconstructing his own magic power, and enhancing the magic power in the blood. Intelligent brain, name this magic, blood magic. Next, it will take some time to study blood magic. And I have to devote some energy to help Mr. Warwick to improve the special energy flow system of werewolves he discovered. Let's go back to Peter Castle first." A week later, after a period of research, Sunan confirmed that blood magic has the ability to naturally absorb other people's magic power, analyze it, use and absorb magic power, and crack magic power. Sunan immediately understood that the special magic power formed by the fusion of arcane magic and blood magic that he had unintentionally formed was definitely not simple. As long as it is well developed, this will definitely be a spell system that will give himself and his vampires a lot of trump cards. In the Peter Castle laboratory, in front of Sunan, there are bottles and jars of blood. After thousands of tests, Sunan found that when blood magic absorbs and analyzes the opponent's magic power, blood contact is the fastest, followed by mana contact. If there is no mana contact, it is impossible to absorb the opponent's magic power. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. And if it is just mana contact, the efficiency will be very low, but as long as blood contact is made, the efficiency will become very high. Based on this characteristic, Sunan constructed a test-type first-level spell, Blood Missile, spell model. Sunan picked up a bottle of Rye Mistress's blood and began to construct the blood arcane spell. 5 blood rings appeared on his wrist, and then in an instant, the blood rings vibrated violently. Sunan narrowed his eyes, and the moment to decide his weekly results had come. After a short and violent vibration, the 5 translucent blood rings suddenly became 3 times larger, and then countless runes on the blood rings began to light up and then extinguish. The 5 blood rings began to return to normal. Then, time scales appeared on the 5 blood rings, which were similar to the time scales of a clock, with 12 scale points. Each blood ring rotated separately, and then released powerful energy. 5 blood-colored arcane missiles appeared in front of Sunan. Sunan looked at the blood arcane missiles and thought, it succeeded. Blood magic combined with arcane magic has become extremely complicated to manipulate. The rune changes of the spell model are transformed into the different rotations of 5 blood rings with 12 scales. Therefore, the number of blood rings of a vampire determines the upper limit of the complexity of the spell model and the upper limit of the strength of the spell. Probably because of this, the Rye Mistress was unable to complete the spell. Because there is an extra step of converting the spell model into the rotation of the blood ring. Sunan suddenly looked at a shadow next to the window of his laboratory and said, "Did the pure white wizard ask you to come here? You have been in my laboratory for a day and a night. You don't think I don't know?" After Sunan finished speaking, the castle attic window of the laboratory did not change at all, as if Sunan was talking to the air. Sunan smiled, not really concerned, and then released the magic pressure of a second ring wizard. The powerful magic pressure descended, and the shadow next to the window suddenly had a gap, and then the shadow of a wizard flashed past the shadow of the window, and the wizard's face showed fear. It turned out to be a second ring wizard. The magic in his hand is also very strange. Sunan turned into a vampire marquis facing his back that turned into a shadow, and took out a tube of Rye Mistress's blood, borrowed the mana in the blood, and used the second blood magic he had researched, blood magic absorption. In front of Sunan's right hand, an extremely complex spell rune array appeared, and 5 blood rings rotated with each other. Then Sunan's mana captured the wizard of the Shadow School, Pure White School, and the blood of the wizard mixed with his mana actually flowed back to Sunan. The Shadow Thorn wizard of the Pure White School looked terrified. "No. You have already found me, right? You kept me to experiment with your new spell." "No. Second ring wizard, this is a misunderstanding. Wait. How do you know I'm from the Pure White School, unless the Shadow Sword Wizard is really in your hands?" Sunan suddenly understood why the Pure White School found him for the second time. It should be that the Pure White Wizards have not found the whereabouts of the Shadow Sword Wizard for a long time, but at this time he returned to the main material plane, so they found the spiritual aura of the Shadow Sword Wizard on him, so they sent people to spy on him. It's just that the Pure White School didn't expect that he was no longer a first ring wizard, but a second ring wizard. What they didn't expect was that the spell research they were doing recently just needed to find a wizard at the peak of the first ring wizard to be an experimental subject. Sunan felt that the other party tried to resist him, but the speed at which the other party's mana was absorbed was faster than the speed at which he recovered his mana, and the degree of mana consumed by his own spells. Therefore, the opponent had no way of escaping from his blood magic absorption, which had only been developed to the first level. Chapter 360, Inherited Witch Formation. The Shadow Thorn Wizard obviously didn't expect that he would be no match for Sunan. Originally, according to his own estimation, even if Sunan was a second ring wizard, he, as a first ring peak wizard, should be able to resist at least 1 or 2 magics. Then, he could use his best shadow magic to escape. But because of the blood magic absorption, he didn't even have the spare energy to escape. "No. Even if it's a second ring wizard, you can't kill me like this. Open the inheritance magic array for me." The Shadow Thorn Wizard used all his magic power and whispered a short spell. With this short spell, a powerful shadow energy burst out with him as a core, and the entire laboratory of Sunan was shrouded in a pale shadow. There was a magic power from a distant place descending into this laboratory. Sunan saw that the Shadow Thorn Wizard was surrounded by 317 special shadow runes of their school, and each shadow rune had many meanings. Different shadow runes combined together to become thousands of low-level shadow school spells. These shadow school spells were combined again, and they became a pale shadow covering Sunan's laboratory in Peter's castle at the moment. Sunan frowned. Just now, the Shadow Thorn Wizard who had almost lost all his magic power chanted a spell, and then he burst out with a mana increase that could resist his own strength. Inherited magic array? I didn't see him use it when I fought with the Shadow Sword Wizard before. Is it a special magic array that the Pure White School has recently built? The arcane leap ring in Sunan's hand lit up, and he teleported out and came to the outside of Peter's castle. At this moment, the Shadow Thorn Wizard had also used the Phantom Step to come to the woods outside the castle. When the Shadow Thorn Wizard saw Sunan chasing him, he was immediately terrified and crazy. "Don't force me, Shadow Thorn." The shadow under his feet quickly stretched and turned into a sharp thorn, stabbing at Sunan. But before the Shadow Thorn got close to Sunan, it was blocked by Sunan's permanent defense field. Seeing this, the Shadow Thorn wizard became even more frightened, and he chanted the spell again. Then, after 0.7 seconds, the magic power from afar descended on him, and he once again burst out with huge magic power. Shadow Thorn Wizard was wrapped in shadow magic power, and 317 shadow runes appeared around him again. At the same time, pale shadows appeared under his feet and spread to the surroundings. Seeing this, Sunan raised his eyebrows. I see. The pure white school seems to have a formation that can extract magic power, amplify it on a wizard far away, and burst out magic power beyond his original level in an instant. This is different from the wizard tower. The Shadow Thorn Wizard kept chanting spells. Under the blessing of the Shadow School's inherited magic formation, Pale Shadow Formation, his own shadow behind him was divided into two, and each shadow changed. Each shadow wore a mask, and the shadow mask released a scarlet look. This is a special spell of the pure white school, Shadow Demon. Then, two shadow demons stood up from the ground, each holding 4 shadow daggers. They roared, and at the same time, the 2 shadow demons rushed towards Sunan. In Sunan's perception, each shadow demon, under the amplification of the inheritance wizard array, had an aura that surpassed that of a first-ring wizard. Moreover, what made Sunan even more concerned was how this spell of the pure white school could have a trace of the aura of a real abyss demon. Either they had seen the abyss demon before and captured it through special means to obtain a trace of demonic aura, or there was something wrong with the pure white school. The 2 shadow demons, from the left and right sides, used 4 shadow daggers at the same time, stabbing Sunan frantically. Sometimes they exchanged positions with the phantom step, and sometimes they sank into the shadows with the phantom step, which was hard to defend against. The Shadow Thorn Wizard was obviously desperate. Most of his mana had been absorbed by Sunan before. At this moment, even with the blessing of the inheritance wizard array, he was burning his own vitality as mana. However, because Sunan had left him with too much fear in his heart, he could only fight desperately. The Shadow Thorn Wizard said with red eyes, "Let me go. As long as I leave, these shadow demons will disappear. These shadow demons will not stop until they die. As long as I don't undo the spell, even if I burn all my vitality, these shadow demons can get enough mana from the inherited witch formation I opened to deal with you. I just want to leave." Sunan looked at him strangely, and at the same time, he directly used his human form to condense his permanent defense field into 2 brown shields, and then easily blocked the attacks of the 2 shadow demons. The Shadow Thorn Wizard widened his eyes. Does that mean that, even if I'm a top level wizard of the first ring and I have opened the inheritance magic array, I cannot harm the opponent's second ring wizard? Is this the power of a second ring wizard? Sunan said, "You seem to have misunderstood something." He snapped his fingers and immediately attacked the Shadow Sting Wizard, and found that a huge wound immediately appeared on his waist, and blood gushed out of the wound. Sunan raised his right hand, and 5 translucent blood rings lingered on his right hand. Each blood ring was rotating at a certain speed and order. Sunan opened blood magic absorption, again, absorbing all the opponent's blood and mana, and even through this magic, deprived the inheritance magic array of his mana increase, and absorbed that mana as well. Sunan said, "I just saw you use 2 kinds of magic that I have never seen before, so I found it interesting, and wanted to observe more. But now I have finished observing." The next moment, Sunan used the magic power from blood magic absorption to use the blood AO missile. Suddenly, 5 bloody arcane missiles appeared in front of Sunan. 4 missiles hit 2 shadow demons respectively, completely disintegrating and destroying them. 1 missile hit the abdomen of the Shadow Thorn Wizard, smashing the opponent's defensive stance and knocking him unconscious. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. If Sunan had not deliberately reserved his strength, he would have died now. After all, from the beginning of the battle to now, Sunan has been using blood magic absorption to absorb his mana. The absorbed mana was temporarily stored in the 5 blood rings and burst out at once as Sunan cast the blood arcane missiles. In other words, the Shadow Thorn Wizard was defeated by the mana of the inherited witch formation he had obtained. a werewolf hunter messenger jumped over and injected wolf poison into the Shadow Thorn wizard, disintegrating his combat power. And Sunan also used the 1000-year sleeping spell to seal his mana. Sunan saw the remaining blood of the Rye Mistress in his hand and said, in this way, the path of the vampire wizard is mostly open. The core of blood magic is blood magic absorption. With blood magic absorption, while absorbing the opponent's blood and mana in battle, use this mana to launch more powerful spell attacks. From the actual combat data just now, the effect is outstanding. Sunan thought, thanks to the inheritance magic array of the pure white school, it gave me better actual combat data. Just now, except for his own permanent defense field, he had not cast magic outside the blood system. The rest are just some minor problems. Even higher level vampires find it difficult to master arcane magic, such as sophisticated and complex magic. So, I must also come up with a simplified blood magic, so that higher level vampires with lower qualifications can also learn it. In addition, it is to add arcane blood to the vampires. Sunan looked at the shadow wizard who was being held by his werewolf hound. There is also the pure white school. It seems that their foundation is not clean enough. The information about the inherited magic array is also worth interrogating. Sunan was very interested in this. The inherited magic array could actually amplify a wizard thousands of miles away. If he could get it, it would be of great help to him. Sunan said to the werewolf in front of him, imprison him in the prison where I imprisoned the Rye Mistress before. It should be enough. After I deal with the black hole creature, I need to take time to interrogate him. The number of prisons in the Rye underground is still too small. It needs to be expanded. Sunan turned and entered a laboratory and snapped his fingers, using magic to restore the items in the laboratory that were messed up because of the battle. Intelligent brain, establish a plan to simplify blood magic and reduce the cost of casting spells. Sunan ordered, and at the same time he continued to use the blood of the Rye Mistress to start experiments. Chapter 361 Blood Pointer. 5 days later, in Peter Castle, a blood pointer appeared in front of Sunan. This blood pointer would slowly rotate and move in the void, and this blood pointer contained Sunan's personal spiritual characteristics. 3 days ago, Sunan had injected the arcane blood potion into his Vampire Marquis virtual machine, and gave his Vampire Marquis arcane magic abilities. At the same time, Sunan spent 5 days designing the blood pointer. Sunan raised his right hand and gently touched the blood pointer floating in the air, and the blood pointer in the air disappeared. Then, a blood pointer appeared on each of the 7 blood rings lingering on his right hand at the same time. The blood pointer was specially used by Sunan to simplify blood arcane magic, so that ordinary high-level vampires can also master and cast blood arcane magic more quickly. Sunan used the blood arcane missile, and as a result, the pointers on the 7 blood rings on his right hand began to rotate, becoming simpler and clearer than before, pointing to the blood arcane spell he wanted to cast. Moreover, the 7 blood magic missiles have their own tracking ability, and can rotate and fly freely in the air of the laboratory. The blood ring with the blood pointer has the ability to track spirits, and conduct tracking attacks when casting all the blood magic. Sunan snapped his fingers, and suddenly a wind magic appeared in the air of the laboratory, and the 7 blood magic missiles immediately followed and chased the wind magic. Although both magics were controlled by Sunan, Sunan could also use this to test the tracking ability of blood magic. The 2 magics chased each other in the air above the laboratory. When the 2 were about to collide with each other, Sunan cancelled both magics at the same time. After all, this was in his own laboratory. If they really collided and destroyed some equipment, it would be bad. The assistant, the Rye Mistress, saw this scene and said to Sunan, "Master, your research was successful. This is really a genius design. Only people like you can design it." Sunan did not speak, but pointed at the void, and a blood pointer appeared in front of the Rye Mistress. Mistress Black Rye first saluted Sunan, and then touched the blood-colored pointer floating in the air with her finger. In just a moment, the blood-colored pointer entered her body and then appeared on the 5 blood rings on her right hand. 5 blood rings represent the Vampire Viscount, and 7 blood rings represent the Vampire Marquis. Each blood ring represents a sublimation of the essence of life. Mistress Black Rye is now completely lying down, just ready to follow Sunan and learn the magic he has studied. Mistress Blackrai is enthusiastically experimenting with the 3 blood magics currently developed by Sunan: blood magic absorption, blood magic missiles and blood magic leaps. Seeing this scene, Sunan couldn't help but cough. Madam Blackrai stopped immediately, lowered her head and asked Sunan, "Master, what do you want me to do?" Sunan said indifferently, "Nothing, I just want to remind you. What I need is an assistant, not just combat power. With your combat power, you can't help me much. The reason why I chose you as the first special vampire is because you once pursued the great archmage. Although you failed that time, your desire and pursuit for a formal wizard at that time is still fresh in my memory." Madam Blackrai was shocked. "Master, I thought I did something wrong at that time. I angered you and hurt all my subordinates at that time. I sacrificed everything at that time, but ended up going the wrong way. After that, I was discouraged." Sunan rotated the 2 rings on his right index and middle fingers, and threw the 2 rings, the arcane leap ring and the arcane super intuition ring, into 2 different potions. These 2 rings are both first level spells, and they are almost unable to keep up with his own battle. Fortunately, during the half month I spent studying blood magic, I modified the spell models of the 2 spells. Now, if I put them into the other strengthening potion made from ether ore, I should be able to strengthen them to the 2nd ring level. However, this is the limit. These 2 rings should not be able to be upgraded anymore. Sunan looked at Mistress Blackrai, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "On the road of exploration, it is inevitable to make mistakes and go astray. Although that failure was painful, I believe that you have never given up your desire to pursue the One Ring. And now that I have given you the power of the One Ring, you should cherish it. My time is limited, and it is impossible for me to focus entirely on the study of blood magic. So, as my assistant and a well-deserved great arcanist, you should spend more time on the study of blood magic instead of just waiting for my research results. Blackrai, you are also a great arcanist now. Although even if you try your best, you can't match my research speed, but every step you take forward with your feet on the ground will have tangible rewards, and among those rewards, sooner or later there will be research results that are useful to me." Mistress Blackrai's pupils dilated slightly. "I'm now a great arcanist. Yes, I'm now a great arcanist. I must do my own research." She remembered the countless days in the past, her desire and all the efforts to become a great arcanist, and suddenly she seemed to have found some of her original intentions. Mistress Blackrai looked up at Sunan, bowed her head and said, "Thank you, Master. I have indeed forgotten my past ideals and goals during this period. I'm no longer myself." Sunan took the slave collar around her neck and took it off. Mistress Blackrai looked at Sunan with a little doubt and said softly, "Master?" Sunan said indifferently, "Nothing, you don't need it anymore." In fact, Mistress Blackrai had already recognized her ancestors when she became a vampire. She was extremely loyal to herself, even more loyal than ordinary vampires. In this case, it doesn't matter whether you wear this slave collar or not. Mistress Blackrai said to Sunan respectfully, "Even without the collar, I will always be your slave. That will never change. Master, don't worry. When you are not in Peter Castle and the underground area, I will continue your research and help you to continuously research a more complete blood magic system." Sunan nodded. "I will indeed leave Peter Castle soon." Sunan injected the vampire count's potion into Mistress Blackrai's body with a single injection spell. Mistress Blackrai has been loyal to him for a long time and does not need to be tested again. He used the Ring of Malka to absorb the entropy increase in Mistress Blackrai and waited for an hour to transform her into a vampire count with a magic pressure of 600, reaching the limit of a first ring wizard. The original vampire count's magic pressure was only 500, but Sunan is now a second ring wizard. The vampire count potion he made with golden tree sap and wolfsbane has been enhanced. The error-free version is available at 69 book. 69 book bar first publish a novel 69 book bar read Sunan said to the Rye matron who was happily adapting to his power, "Follow me, I want to solve the last trouble in the underground area." Rye underground area, Peter's main city. Sunan and Rye matron looked at the black hole creature in the deep pit below Peter's main city. At this time, the black hole creature was already scarred and no longer a complete sphere, but had many holes on the edge. but the arcane gravity was still strong. At this time, facing Sunan and Matron, the black hole creature seemed to become very nervous and released a more powerful arcane gravity wave, sucking more stones, wood and other things into it. Under Sunan's command, Matron used blood magic to absorb the black hole creature, while the arcane insect swarm continued to attack the black hole creature, and the 3 black hole queens released the opposite gravity, forming an anti-gravitational triangle to restrict the black hole creature. The black hole creature beast that had frightened the Rye underground area for 1,000 years finally couldn't bear it, and felt the threat of death. Constantly agitated, constantly releasing gravitational shock waves to the outside, trying to drive away the insect swarm and the Rye mistress. But the Rye mistress jumped directly towards the black hole creature, and at the same time, the magic power absorbed by the blood magic was constantly flowing out of the wounds of the black hole creature, which were eaten by the insect swarm. The blood flowing out of its wounds was also black blood. Buzz the black hole creature let out a mournful cry. It wanted to kill the Rye mistress, but as an arcane vampire, the Rye mistress was resistant to arcane magic, and had an immortal body. What's more terrible is that the blood magic absorption was constantly absorbing its mana. Sunan is now a second ring wizard. Of course, he can see that this black hole creature is still a first ring creature, but its body is particularly large, so for some reason, its magic source is particularly large. That is to say, its mana is only 600 in quality, but it may have more than 1000 in quantity. This kind of existence is indeed invincible to the former Rye mistress and arcane magicians. Even after becoming a first ring wizard, Sunan could not solve this problem. But with Sunan's current vision, he did not need to do it himself, he only needed to let the Rye mistress handle it. About a day later, in the pit below Peter's main city, the black hole creature let out a wail again, and then the arcane gravity around it disappeared, revealing its scarred black flesh bowl body, and the arcane insect swarm rushed over immediately, and crawled all over its body, trying to devour it completely. The Rye mistress jumped out of it. She was panting and extremely tired, but her tone was sighing. "Master, I used to think that the black hole creature in the Rye underground was unkillable. In the end, I didn't expect that I would kill it with my own hands. Maybe this is the beauty of magic. For magic, nothing is impossible." Sunan nodded, and at the same time he stared at the place where the black hole creature fell. "I see. No wonder the swarm has been unable to find the entrance to other underground areas. It turns out that the entrance is in the pit where the black hole creature is." The Rye mistress was stunned for a moment, and then followed Sunan's gaze, and looked at the deep pit, where the black hole creature fell. They saw a huge hole at the bottom of the deep pit, and the hole kept spewing out high temperature gas, and exuding alien magic. That was obviously the alien magic from another underground area. Chapter 362 Mental Power 709. In Peter's main city, Sunan ordered the arcane swarm to immediately send out 1,000 high-speed cruisers, a queen, and 10,000 cannon fodder scarabs to enter and observe the new underground area. Rye mistress was eager to try. She wanted to test her current strength. "Master, do you want me to go down?" Sunan frowned. "The speed is too fast." Rye mistress said. "Master, what is too fast?" Sunan glanced at her and then said, "I mean, the swarm below is dying too fast. The swarm has only been in that tunnel for an hour, and now it has suffered heavy casualties. Most of the swarm has died. In the deeper underground area, it is completely dark, without any light. The moment the swarm entered it, it was hunted by a mysterious creature." As soon as Sunan finished speaking, a beam of arcane light erupted from the entrance. It was the light of arcane rebirth, which meant that the queen who entered the new underground area an hour ago had also died. Sunan thought, in just 1 hour, we hunted down a swarm of insects, and they didn't show up the whole time, so I didn't know who the enemy was. "Rye, are you sure you want to go down?" Mistress Rye was sweating coldly. Sunan said, "I'm kidding. In that case, I can explore here after I let the insects sublimate 7 times. Sunan used the second ring arcane step ring to come to the entrance of the middle underground area 1,000 meters away. At the same time, he crushed 3 bottles of Path of Exile potion, and then used the magic power enhancement spell to enhance the power of the Path of Exile potion. He formed a Path of Exile seal at this entrance and temporarily sealed it up. Sunan took a look at the arcane super intuition ring on his right index finger and saw that the yellow aura on the ring had turned green. This showed that his seal was effective. Mistress Blackeye quickly used the blood arcane leap to catch up. She panted and said, "Lord Sunan, I think I may know the identity of the enemy in this unknown middle underground area. I heard that the drow are not the only arcane race. Therefore, the unknown enemy in the middle underground area is likely to be another arcane race created by the Underground Wizard Alliance." Sunan nodded. "If so, that's perfect. The arcane swarm will eventually become the most powerful arcane race. The stronger the enemy, the more the swarm I cultivate will thrive." Sunan ordered the 5 queens to build a new swarm base here to guard the underground passage under Peter's main city. In the middle underground area, in the darkness, 2 female arcane masters with snake tails in the lower half and human upper half, holding brass wands, met. Today, for some reason, some bugs came down from the upper extremely cold underground realm. The fighting power of those bugs is quite good, but unfortunately most of them cannot use arcane magic. Only the largest queen bug can use some simple arcane magic. It took me a while today to kill them all. However, there is a problem. I can feel that the black hole creature planted by our queen in the extremely cold underground realm above is dead. It may have been killed by those bugs. Another, the snake-tailed female arcanist, was slightly surprised. It's hard to believe that such a troublesome existence as the black hole creature can be killed by human power. It turns out that besides the queen, there are others who can do this. Could it be that the extremely cold underground area above has been occupied by those bugs? Then we must organize a naga hunting team and head to the extremely cold underground area where the incident happened as soon as possible to slaughter those bugs. And we also have to check the situation of other extremely cold underground areas where we have planted black hole creatures. I hope nothing big happens, otherwise our underground naga kingdom will have to move into other underground areas again. Quick, let's split our forces into 2 groups. I'll go notify the queen, and you lead the dragon beast to explore above. Quick was a little reluctant, but it's too cold up there, and it's too bright. It would be nice if we could change jobs. I really don't know what kind of creatures can survive up there when it's so cold, with a temperature of only about 20 degrees Celsius. I feel like it's a barren land. Okay, I'll be in charge of that and go to the extremely cold underground area up there to investigate the situation. She flipped her hand, and a magic bow that combined arcane energy and fire magic appeared in her hand. She shot an arrow into the sky, and the sky of the Naga underground area was immediately lit up. The arcane energy enhanced the condensation ability, shape-shaping ability, and other all-round abilities of fire magic. So the arrow turned into a phoenix firebird in the sky, which was a magic arrow that summoned a dragon beast. Then, from another direction of the Naga underground area, there was a roar, and countless bats and beasts in the darkness were terrified and fled to other places one by one. From a distance, there was a roar of a dragon. Quick smiled and said, "But it's too cold up there, so I just took a look at most. If there's no problem, I'll come back. It's just a barren land of life up there, so I don't think there will be any big problems." Another female Naga Arcanist also said, "That's true. There's not even a first ring Arcanist up there, but here, although there are fewer first ring Arcanists, there are still quite a lot, and the queen is even a second ring Arcanist. I don't think there will be any big problems." After Sunan left the Rye Underground, he originally wanted to visit his relative Julia, but after he learned from Pera that Julia had recently gone out to collect some materials, Sunan had to give up the idea. Pera said to Sunan, "Miss Julia had already generated magic pressure half a month ago. I guess she wanted to break through to the first ring wizard as soon as possible." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "So fast?" Pera covered her mouth and laughed. "It's mainly because you gave her a lot of resources. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar reads. Miss Julia often said that only after she became a wizard, she realized how good you were to her." Sunan nodded slightly. Julia got more potion resources from him than anyone else in the Storm Gathering. After all, they are family. Seeing her rapid progress, Sunan also planned to let her go to the Werewolf Empire plane to help him teach some students of potion science. He said to Pera, "I will also go on a long trip recently. If Julia comes back, tell her that I have something to find her." Pera smiled bitterly. "Young master, you just came back, and you're leaving again. Mr. Warwick hasn't been back for a long time either. Alas, it seems that only Mr. Robert and I are left in this castle, waiting for your return. But there's nothing we can do about it. You young people are different from us after all." Sunan got on the carriage. He planned to go through the port of Earl Peter's territory and take a boat to the other side of the sea, the Anatolian Peninsula, to meet the Rubber Witch. Looking for materials to make the second ring Death Knight potion and the second ring Sunmark potion. At the same time, Sunan sat in the carriage and drank the Abyss concentration potion made from the spirituality of a Baron Locust demon. His whole body was enveloped by powerful life energy, and then this energy began to transform into mental power. Your mental power is currently 670, and your mental power is currently 700. Sunan nodded slightly. The spirituality of an Abaddon Locust demon increased his mental power by more than 30 points. Sunan drank another bottle of potion, this time the Abyss concentration potion made by the Mirror Demon. I have experimented with Mirror Demons before, and found that the Mirror Demon's copying ability has an upper limit. It is impossible to completely copy the Golden Werewolf Hunter in full state, let alone my own further strength. Sunan's whole body was once again shrouded in the power of the Abyss. Your mental power is currently 705. Your mental power is currently 709. Sunan nodded slightly. The spirituality of the 10-faced mirror demon is indeed not as strong as that of a Baron Locust demon, but the mechanism is powerful. Therefore, the potion made by the mirror demon is not so much improved. After becoming a second ring wizard, it becomes very difficult to improve mental power again. When I meditate using the meditation method of the Cauldron of All Spirits, the speed of improving mental power is even slower. It can be said that the problem that the second ring wizard should pay most attention to is not even the problem of mental power limit, but the problem of improving mental power. It's like the second ring wizard has raised his energy level too high, so high that mental power, and then it is very difficult to continue to improve. Chapter 363, Slave Traders in Eagle Harbor. In the autumn of the 58th year of the Storm Kingdom, Sunan settled in a neutral port in Asia Minor, Eagle Port. Currently, 2/3 of Asia Minor is in the hands of the Nicomedia Empire, but about 1/3 of the territory is in the hands of major forces, or even in the hands of pagan tribes. The pagans believe in the Desert Pantheon. According to the legends of the pagans, the Desert Pantheon rose from the Outer Plane, natural god realm, and was the product of the gods of the heavens banding together to exclude the aliens. Therefore, the believers of the Desert Pantheon believe that the Desert Pantheon is more fair and more civilized than the gods of the heavens. There is no god king in the Desert Pantheon, only 9 pillars of gods, and each pillar of gods is equal, and has no distinction between high and low status. Pagan countries that believe in the 9 pillars of the Desert Pantheon basically do not force people to convert. It is just a system implemented in their own countries that people who believe in the Desert Pantheon can be tax-free, and people who believe in the gods of the heavens must pay taxes. Sunan got off the ship at Eagleport, a port country that believes in the Desert Pantheon and maintains neutrality. Because this operation was basically carried out in the enemy's country, Sunan did not wear aristocratic clothes, but a tight black dress with tight cuffs, and then walked in the port with the Rye matron in a black skirt. Sunan and the Rubber Witch agreed to meet in Miletus, but Miletus was one of the important cities of the Nicomedia Empire. Therefore, Sunan planned to hire some locals in Asia Minor, disguised as a caravan, and enter there. Although mortal soldiers could not do anything to him, he could not just kill wherever he went. Besides, Asia Minor was a region he had never been to before. The situation and environment here, as well as the number of wizard forces and warlock forces, were also unknown. Sunan bought a set of merchant clothes and even a civilized stick in a century-old store in Eagle Harbor. Then, he walked forward with the civilized stick in his hand, and the Rye matron beside him held a parasol to block the sun for Sunan. It looked like she was Sunan's maid, although it was not wrong to say so. As he walked toward the market at Eagle Harbor, Sunan began to recall the time when he interrogated Shadow Thorn Wizard in the underground prison of Earl Peter's territory in Storm Kingdom. First of all, the Pure White School confirmed that there was a legacy magic array, which was very rare, but it was the core magic resource of the Pure White School. That legacy magic array gave the Pure White Wizard a combat power beyond that of an ordinary first ring wizard, and also increased his ambition. However, that legacy magic array had not been maintained for a long time, so it had not been used. It was only 2 months ago that the Pure White Wizards, through the Pure White Wizard Council of the Storm Kingdom Nicomedia Empire region he established, accumulated wealth and repaired their legacy magic array, Pale Shadow Array. That Pale Shadow Array can use the special rune power of the Shadow School to tap power from a world called Shadow Plane, and can transmit power through the Shadow Plane thousands of miles away, or even across different planes, to enhance the wizard's magic. This is the secret of the Pure White School's long-lasting prosperity. This means that, even if the Pure White School has a generation of wizards with weak power, they can rely on this inheritance magic array to become a hegemon. This kind of inheritance magic array is not rare, but it is more common in senior second ring wizard organizations. And the Pure White School, I don't know what kind of shit luck they had. Their former wizards found some of this inheritance magic array that uses the power of the plane, and as a result, they built the current hegemony of the Pure White School. Sunan was very moved after hearing this, and also wanted to make such an inheritance magic array. After all, now he is also a second ring wizard, and he also has a medium-sized plane. As long as he has relevant information, he can make a heritage magic array by himself. Sunan also learned from the Shadow Thorn Wizard that their school did have frequent contact with a mysterious existence, and gained a lot of benefits. It's just that his status is limited, so he really doesn't know more. Sunan and the Rye Mistress walked into the market. The slave trade is more prosperous among the pagans, so there are a lot of slaves sold in the market of Eagle Harbor. When Mistress Blackrye saw the rows of iron cages on both sides of the street and the naked people in the iron cages without dignity, she showed a strange expression. Master, didn't you say that the administrative system on the surface is generally a feudal system? How come there are still so many slaves? I thought I was back to my hometown. Sunan smiled. There are still a lot of slave trades left over from the pagans. Mistress Blackrye bowed slightly to Sunan. I thought the slave system was the best system. The strong get everything. A wizard like you should have 1,000,000 elite slaves. Sunan glanced at her. Mistress Blackrye immediately bowed to Sunan and apologized. I spoke out of turn. Sunan didn't care, but found the largest slave trading place in Eagle Harbor, walked directly into the White Room, and found a pagan slave trader. He secretly used the first level spell, Language Mastery, and said, I want to buy some slaves. The pagan slave trader looked at him, and Sunan and Mistress Blackrye immediately perked up. My dear guest, by the god of the desert, today must be my lucky day. I have as many slaves as you need, even non-human slaves. As long as you want, I can get them for you. Even if it's the slaves of the genie, as long as you can afford the price, I can get them for you. Sunan glanced at him indifferently, because he couldn't tell whether he was bragging or really sold genie slaves. Sunan looked at the arcane super intuition ring on his right index finger, and saw the brass ring flashing with light, and Sunan had a vague idea. It seems that this really sold it. However, Sunan didn't care much about it. There are several ways to make a genie of the genie. Although it is indeed rare, a first ring wizard can do it. For a second ring wizard, it is not a rare item. It's just that the merchant in front of him does look extraordinary. Sunan said, can you pay with storm gold coins here? Sunan didn't intend to hide his identity, because there was no need. If there is any trouble, just use the vampire's hypnotic ability to solve it. Who had a white cloth wrapped around his head to make a hat, smiled and said, it was possible before, but not now, my guest. Because now the Storm Kingdom is still uncertain whether it can exist. We dare not accept their country's currency now. Even if we accept it, we have to discount it by more than 50%. Sunan nodded. Then I will pay directly with gold bricks. Amd's smile froze, and then he was overjoyed in an instant, and his smile became even wider. What kind of arrogant guests are these? They actually paid directly with gold bricks. He was right. These two guests were obviously not from Asia Minor, and their identities were definitely not simple. Sunan said, arrange some slaves for me. The requirement is that these slaves should know each other before, and there should not be too many old and young ones. The error-free version is read at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 book bar reads it this way: it is easier to disguise as a caravan. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to tell whether they knew each other or not. Amd was well informed and probably guessed Sunan's purpose for buying these slaves. That's great. I happen to have a group of storm noble slaves who fled. They were captured by the Bulgars during their escape. Because they couldn't pay the ransom, they were packed and sold to me. Dear guest, they have only been here for less than 2 weeks. They are in good spirits and have not been treated harshly. I will show you. Amd signaled a subordinate to receive other guests in the house, and then took Sunan and Rai out of the back door of the house, and came to the fence behind the house, where a large number of slaves were imprisoned. Most of the slaves inside were listless, and had no desire to live. Sunan followed Amd, and turned left and right, and came to a separate iron fence, where there were 7 people. Judging from their clothes, there was a middle-aged storm baron, his adult daughter, a boy son about 12 years old, and 4 family clothes servants. Sunan saw what was wrong with them at a glance. After all, he knew the nobles of the Storm Kingdom very well, even better than Amd beside him. Amd smiled and said to Sunan, "These slaves are in good health, and have no diseases. The 12-year-old boy can also do some work, but I can give him to you for free. 4 servants, half a desert gold coin each, but these 2 nobles add up to 70 desert gold coins." The woman's face changed drastically in the iron fence. How could she be worth so much money? But if someone used so much money to buy her back, they must have to make back their investment. Amd smiled and said to Sunan, "Of course, if you think it is too expensive to buy a noble, and it is not worth it, I can also recommend other civilian slaves to you. Those slaves are cheap and there is no premium." Sunan waved his hand, and motioned Rai to go over and give Amd a gold brick directly, and asked him to break off a small corner from the gold brick according to the gold content of the desert gold coin. Since Sunan began to explore the plane and develop the underground world, he really didn't care about gold. Amd was almost blinded by the big gold brick in the arms of the Rai Madam. However, he still felt the real attitude of Sunan and the Rai Madam towards him from the attitude of the Rai Madam, who tried to avoid direct skin contact with him, as if he was a dirty garbage. It was a kind of high and mighty, indifferent, as if he and all the slaves here were just stones on the roadside. Amd, who was well informed, guessed who Sunan and the Rai Madam were, so he didn't want to provoke them because of greed. The Rai Madam quickly handed over the work to Amd. At the same time, Amd also tried to introduce himself to Sunan, saying that if he needed it in the future, he could find him to buy slaves in Eagleport. Even Amd said something quietly before the Rai Madam and Sunan left the store. "Hello, 2 wizards. I'm also from a wizard family, but unfortunately my magic talent is low, so I can only do this kind of thing." Mistress Rai sneered at him. "Just a first-class wizard apprentice. Who do you think my master is?" Sunan didn't care about their conversation. Since he had finished his business, he left the market directly. Amd stood at the door of the store and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I guessed right. It turned out that 2 first-ring wizards entered my store. Recently, it has become more and more difficult to do business in Eagle Harbor. Why do I feel that it is easier to encounter hiring wizards than before?" Chapter 364 Tarot Card Reader. After leaving the slave market, Sunan did not say much to the 7 slaves he had just acquired. He just untied their shackles and took them to the clothing market in Eagle Harbor, where each of them bought a set of clothes that suited the image of a businessman. Sunan also learned their identities from them. They were country nobles in the suburbs near Stormwind Castle, belonging to the Baron Mitchell family. At this moment, Baron Mitchell and his daughter, Lorena Mitchell, carefully confirmed with Sunan, "So, you need us to pretend that we are a caravan?" Sunan nodded and said, "Indeed. And you don't have to think about running away. None of you even have an eyed squire and the consequences of running away." Rai used his bare hands to crush a stone on the street into pieces. The people of the Mitchell family were so scared that they thought that Madame Rai was a powerful female knight. Lorena Mitchell said to Sunan, "So, sir, we just need to accompany you to pretend to be merchants. Then, after your work is done, can you give us back our freedom?" I can see that you must be from the Storm Kingdom. You are so dignified. You must also be a storm noble, maybe even a great storm noble. Please, for the sake of the god of storms, liberate us after your work is done. Okay. Sunan refused decisively. I refuse. Because I bought you with my money. Unless you can give considerable benefits, I will not give up my property. In other words, before you redeem yourself, you will always be my slaves. Okay, right. Take them to the market to buy goods. Since you have to disguise yourself more realistically. Madam Rai saluted Sunan. Yes, master. Then, she swept these humans of the Mitchell family with a cold gaze. They really don't know what's good for them. It's such a great luck to be the master's slave. Sunan grabbed some things from the void. He extracted a lot of spirituality from the people who were coming and going around him. This was to prevent the pure white skull from relying on specific spirituality to find and lock his position. Sunan knew from the Shadow Thorn Wizard that the pure white skull, as an assassin skull, had at least 20 kinds of magic to confirm spirituality and lock spirituality. And a person's spirituality is too complicated, especially for someone like Sunan who has a strong spirituality. So Sunan directly grabbed a lot of spirituality to cover up his own spirituality and interfere with the spells of the pure white skull. Because the Rye lady took the people of Baron Mitchell's family to the market to buy goods, while Sunan was walking alone in the market of Eagle Harbor, he suddenly realized that the arcane superintuitive ring on his right index finger was flashing green aura. This means that there is something nearby, and he will get good luck if he gets close. Sunan saw a small mini circus in the corner of the port not far away. After Sunan walked over, the spell spirituality of the arcane superintuitive ring became stronger. Sunan frowned. He saw the small mini circus in the corner of the market, which consisted of 5 small tents. There were some people in the tents, watching the funny performances of the red-nosed clown and the performance of the trainer playing with the monkey. Some people occasionally paid some money for the wonderful performances. When Sunan walked behind the 5th tent, he saw that the magic aura of his arcane superintuitive ring became stronger. Sunan saw that behind the 5th tent, there was a man who was setting up an ordinary wooden table and then using a set of carol cards to tell fortunes for a fat woman. The man seemed to be a little bit at a loss because the fat woman was not satisfied with his divination results and was questioning the man like a string of bullets. The fat lady in pink clothes said, "I asked you to tell fortunes for me to hear nice words, not to curse me. What do you mean? You took a broken wooden card and said I was dying. You are sick. You are sick." The poor man with a small hat was speechless. He seemed to want to explain, but the fat woman scolded him like a machine gun, so he couldn't explain at all. It may also be that he is not good at speaking. So, the poor man blushed and didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. No, this upright death means that the danger of death is great, but there is still a glimmer of hope. The second card is the reversed high priestess, which means not being calm will kill you. The fat woman slapped his wooden table directly, and one of the legs of the wooden table was broken. Then the fat woman turned around and left, still scolding him before leaving. The poor man tidied his table in embarrassment. Then he looked around, and after seeing Sunan, he shrank his head and said, "Hello, guest, you need to wait for me for a while. I need to deal with these chores. And I'm not good at talking, so you have to think carefully whether to ask me to tell your fortune for you." Sunan looked at his right hand. The magic aura of the arcane superintuition ring was invisible to mortals, but at this moment the green light was as bright as an incandescent lamp. Sunan walked directly to the front of the table and sat down. "It's okay, just tell your fortune. I don't mind if your table is tidy or not. Only in such a chaotic area can you see someone openly setting up a stall for divination with tarot cards. If it were in the Storm Kingdom, this guy might be captured by the Storm Church and burned to death as a wizard." The poor man smiled. "That's all I can do to make some money. Well, my level is not high enough. Strictly speaking, any divination method with less than 5 tarot cards is a low-level divination array. But with my level, I can only use the simplest, the Trinity divination array, to use 3 cards to divine for you. Then may I ask what you want to ask?" You can ask about something that has been giving you a headache recently and you can't solve it, or something you want to solve but haven't found the time or method to solve it. Sunan thought about it. The destitute man looked at Sunan, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and smiled. You don't need to say it, just think about this question in your heart. If you have already divined a problem, you can't divine other problems in a short period of time, because it won't work. Sunan thought about it. The recent troubles, the matter between him and the rubber witch house and the swamp, are definitely not troublesome for him. But the real trouble should be Storm Castle. Sunan casually drew 3 cards and placed them on the table. The man turned over the first card, which was the reversed chariot. He smiled and said, "This card is in the past, which means that the problem you want to ask will take a long time to solve, and sometimes even require the introduction of a third party to solve it." The man turned over the second card, which was the reversed Pope. He shook his head and said, "Oh, this is troublesome. This wooden card is in its current position, which means that you were affected by wrong intelligence and got the direction wrong. Therefore, you may fail. You were deceived by the enemy. In other words, the enemy is too powerful and has many people. Even if you can defeat a few of them, they will sooner or later find a way to deal with you, or they are already dealing with you." The man solemnly turned over the third chapter wooden card, which was the sequence of temperance. He smiled and said, "This card is the future, a wooden card with no confirmed results. It means that, as long as you pay attention to the process, rather than the result, and slowly and firmly realize your plan, you can achieve your goal." The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. The key is to value the process, not the result. Because your enemy may be the kind of person for whom the result is irrelevant, and the justice and legitimacy of the process are the key to your victory or defeat. Sunan frowned and checked the man several times to confirm that the man had no magic power. He suddenly pointed a finger between the man's eyebrows, and the man shrank back in his seat in fear. Guest, don't be angry. I'm just telling the truth. You can't change anything by hitting me." Sunan glanced at him, then threw down a storm gold coin and turned away. After all, he just wanted to use magic to test him to see if he was a wizard. The magic potion was almost on his forehead, but he was still just a little scared. 10 minutes after Sunan left, he suddenly returned to the circus and stood behind the 5th tent at the innermost part of the circus. There were no wooden tables or men there. There was only the body of a fat woman in pink clothes. Sunan frowned, turned around and left. He stopped a clown who was passing between the circus tents and distributing flyers to promote the circus, and said, "Where is the tarot card reader in your circus?" The clown apprentice looked at Sunan in confusion. "Sir, we have never had a tarot card reader here. That thing is too sensitive and can easily be caught by the religious soldiers of Eagleport. Our circus dare not do this." Sunan showed a thoughtful look. So, the fortune teller who had told him divination before was indeed not an ordinary person. It seems that it was not a coincidence that he could meet him in Eagleport. I just don't know how he managed to completely hide his strength in front of me. Besides, why was he waiting for me to tell me this? On the nearest mountain outside Eagleport, the angry angel fell from the sky and landed in front of the Dark Wanderer in front of him. "King of Unspeakable, that wizard has already discovered your abnormality. But why did you help him?" The Dark Wanderer, that is, the downtrodden man, said, "The second ring wizard is really alert. He wanted to do it without leaving any trace. But I have no effect on his energy radiation pollution." The King of Unspeakable said, "There is only one winner, but we have 7 brothers, which is a bit too many. At present, the King of Blindness has the most advantage, so I need to find someone to help him slow down his progress. If I don't care about anything, that Sunan Peter will be like this, being calculated by the King of Blindness. That won't do. Okay, I have to think about the King of Blindness and what other enemies he has. We should use them if we can." In Eagle Harbor, the corpse behind the mini circus quickly attracted everyone's attention. Sunan guessed that it should be the downtrodden middle-aged man who killed her, but the woman was just disrespectful at most. It seems that this person, who uses a euphemistic way to remind himself of his existence, is not a decent person. Sunan left calmly. He wanted to leave Eagle Harbor as soon as possible and head to the swamp destination. He also had to improve his strength as soon as possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Militus and the School of the Origin of All Things. At the gate of Eagle Harbor, Sunan, Rai, and 7 slaves from the Mitchell family left in 3 carriages. Although there were obviously different races in their team, for example, Rai had obvious features of the Drow, while the Mitchell family had typical features of Storm outsiders, and Sunan himself had some facial features of natives in Asia Minor, but also features of Storm outsiders. However, Asia Minor is known as a melting pot of nations. Here, the environment is more open than the relatively conservative Storm Kingdom, and the Desert God system does not pursue a monotonous life as much as the Order God system. In general, the territory of the Desert God system still recognizes the existence of wizards and even the existence of different planes. Otherwise the slave traders here would not open their mouths to talk about the trade of the magic lamp elves. Mistress Rai knew that Sunan had been looking for intelligent gals, so she even used her free time to find out in Eagle Harbor that there were traces of intelligent gals in Asia Minor. Sitting in the carriage, Sunan, without any intention of hiding the slaves of the Mitchell family, tapped the carriage with his fingers. There is a kind of gal in Asia Minor that will be passed down through death. Those who kill gals will become gals themselves. Gals have the ability to grow tentacles on their backs. I don't know if this legend is a rumor or true, but if there are no facts, there will be no rumor. I see. Rai, you did a good job this time. Wearing a sun hat, holding a parasol in her left hand, and holding the reins in her right hand, the Rai mistress who was driving the carriage showed a proud look. The Rai mistress is now a vampire count, and has a special arcane bloodline. Therefore, although the sun can still hurt her, as long as she wears some sunscreen and sunshade clothes, she can basically walk in the sun. After all, for senior first-ring vampires, a large amount of sunlight particles are required to kill them. Sunan said to Madam Henny Rai, during this period, I need to study a spell, and you will be in charge of all matters, until we arrive at Militus. The Mitchell family, who were driving the 2 carriages behind and following behind, heard the discussion between Sunan and Madam Henny Rai. They realized belatedly that the owner who bought them now seemed to be no ordinary person at all. It might even be the wizard claimed by the Church of Storms. Baron Mitchell and his daughter looked at each other with helplessness and despair in their eyes. They had just escaped the clutches of the pagan slave traders, and now they have become slaves of wizards again. Has the God of Storms really given up on them? Exclamation mark. Militus is actually a coastal city. In the ancient past, it was one of the important ports of the Eastern Human Empire. Now it is one of the top 3 cities in the Nicomedia Empire, and one of the important sources of tax revenue for the Nicomedia Empire. Even in Militus, the complete court system and central civil government system of the Eastern Human Empire still exist, but the scale has shrunk. Similarly, the military district system here still has a certain vitality. Otherwise 58 years ago, this place would have been conquered by the Storm Knights like the Balkan Peninsula. After passing through 5 cities and driving for a day and a night, Sunan used magic to secretly speed up the speed of the 3 carriages, and they finally arrived in Militus. Militus is a city with an ancient history. Sunan had read about Militus in the books of the Golden Wizard and the Oak Wizard. This city was originally the base camp of the 3-ring wizard organization, Origin of All Things. However, Origin of All Things had declined more than 2000 years ago, left this city and went elsewhere, so now it is just an ordinary city. At the gate of the city, there is even a statue of the God of Law, as well as many statues of the Angels of Law and the patron saints of the God of Law. In a corner of the gate of Militus, there is also a statue of Thales. Sunan asked the slaves of the Mitchell family to stop the carriage, get off the carriage, and stand in front of the statue of Thales. The statue of Thales is a little old man. Unlike other magnificent statues of the God of Law, which were well maintained, this statue seemed to have been neglected for a long time, and had not been maintained much. It was already tattered, with many stains and mottled gaps on the surface. The inscription below the statue read, "Thales, an ancient sage, who had predicted a solar eclipse and prevented a war. May the god of law bless him forever." Sunan laughed and said to the rhyme Adam beside him, "Thales is also a wizard. He is also the leader of the three-ring wizard organization, origin of all things. Thales should be the water magic direction of the shaping school." He proposed a viewpoint that has a profound influence on water magicians in later generations, although it has now been proven that it is biased. Thales believes that the origin of this world should be something that will not change and is continuous. He believes that water is the origin of this world. The wizard school, origin of all things, has been studying the origin of the world, trying to bypass the theory of creation by gods and find a new theory to explain the essence of the world. Later, they proposed the theory of air origin and the theory of water mist origin. It was just that they gradually lost their authority in the study of water magic and gradually fell behind other schools. Sunan knew this person because of his great contribution to water magic. For a long time, he was the authoritative master of water magic. Of course, it was later replaced by the old. However, because of this, the origin of all things and Thales must have appeared in the history of magic and were recorded in history. That's why Sunan knew of their existence and their relationship with the city of Miletus. For example, the pure white school, Sunan had never seen them in any history of magic, probably because the pure white school was insignificant in the past. Sunan believed that if the origin of all things still existed, they must have left with the Orthodox Wizard Society. After all, it was once an important part of the history of wizard civilization. Even if it declined and didn't keep up with the times, it was enough to have some connections and favors to leave with the Orthodox Wizard Society. At this moment, because Mistress Rai had come into contact with a lot of information about wizards on the surface and knew that the underground world was also created by wizards, she not only lost her hatred for wizards, but also had more admiration. Madame Rai said, "Master, it seems that they are from the surface. Although they acknowledge the contribution of Wizard Thales, they can only worship him as an ordinary sage and cannot acknowledge him as a wizard." Sunan nodded. "But this is much better than the Church of Storms. Whether it is the Desert Pantheon or the God of Law, it seems to be more relaxed compared to the current Order Pantheon. Let's go, enter the city, otherwise it will look weird to stand at the gate all the time." Although Sunan is not afraid of trouble, he doesn't need to make trouble for nothing. Because there are 7 slaves disguised as a caravan, and there are a lot of clothes purchased from Eagle Harbor, even precious silk clothes, so the Nicomedia soldiers guarding the city did not say anything and let them in. The armor worn by the guards of the Nicomedia Empire is not chainmail, but a kind of lamellar armor, which is a round metal plate riveted on the leather armor, which looks similar to scale armor, and then a layer of cloth armor is put on the outside, while holding a round wooden shield and a war spear in the right hand. This shows that the Nicomedia Empire has better and more comprehensive armor manufacturing technology than the Storm Kingdom. But considering the price of lamellar armor, only a small number of elite soldiers and knights should be qualified to wear it. As soon as Sunan entered Miletus, he was ready to look for the rubber witch, but when the carriage was driving halfway, Sunan raised his eyebrows and rotated the brass ring on his left middle finger. At this time, the brass ring was slightly hot. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar. First publish a novel. Read at 69 book bar. This kind of magic ring used for communication has limited information. After all, the level is relatively low. This brass ring was the ring that he used to keep in touch with the Justice Witch in the town of the dead. But Sunan didn't expect that he would meet Mary here to contact him with the magic ring. Is Mary in this city? Judging from the heat of the ring, Mary should be in trouble. Sunan thought about it. So should he go? From the perspective of interests, it seems that he doesn't need to meddle in other people's business. But Mary is his friend after all, and he should at least go and see what happened. Maybe what is happening now will affect his activities in Asia Minor. Moreover, if he can get the help of Mary, the princess of Nicomedia Empire, he will be able to move around in this land much more conveniently. Thinking of this, Sunan said to Madame Black Rai, "You go to the Oaxaca Tavern to meet the rubber witch first. Remember, don't cause a conflict with anyone unless necessary." After Sunan said that, He used the second ring spell Arcane Step to move directly to a location 1000 meters away. Madame Blackeye looked at the empty carriage behind her in confusion, and then she said to the Mitchell family slave, "Follow me." Sunan used continuous arcane steps and followed the guidance of the brass ring to come to the bottom of a leaning tower in the city of Militus. He looked up at the top of the leaning tower and confirmed that the justice which was there. Sunan originally wanted to use the arcane step to go directly up, but the magic of the arcane step on his right middle finger flashed and the magic failed. Magic seal. So, Mary is actually sealed. No wonder she didn't participate in the storm gathering for several months before. Only when I entered the city did she contact me with the brass ring. I think it's not that she doesn't want to ask for help from the outside world, but that she can't do it. If I hadn't happened to step into this city, she would have been sealed forever. But, who sealed her? Sunan looked up at the 100-meter high leaning tower building in Militus. Judging from the sealing method, it was actually the method of the pure white school. There is even a pure white school's inherited witch formation that provides man a blessing for this seal, so he can't use the arcane step spell to get close to there. Speaking of which, the Asia Minor region is indeed the territory of the pure white school, but Mary is the princess here after all. How could she fall to the point of being sealed? Chapter 366, Finding an Intelligent Gal. At the bottom of the leaning tower of Militus, Sunan waved his hand and opened the door of the tower through the air. He walked into the tower and walked up the spiral stone staircase inside the tower. As Sunan walked up each step, he saw a layer of shadow fluctuations on the surface of the spiral stone staircase. Sunan quickly walked up the stairs to the top of the leaning tower of Militus. After all, the outer height of the tower was only 100 meters high, and the inner height must be lower. But at the top of the leaning tower of Militus, in the room inside the bell tower, there was nothing but some huge gear mechanisms that were turning. Sunan frowned and looked at the arcane superintuitive ring on his right index finger. The ring flashed a warning yellow light, and at the same time, the brass ring on his left hand became hotter. The justice witch was definitely here, but there was only one reason why he could not find her. When he walked here, she was sealed. Sunan asked the intelligent computer to record the situation here, and whispered, from the perspective of the sealing magic system of the Path of Exile, there should be a phase space here created by sealing energy. Let the same spatial coordinates, but the phases are in both positive and negative sides, to create a relatively perfect sealed space. This phase space sealing method is difficult to be unsealed, because of some coincidences. Sunan crushed a bottle of Path of Exile potion and constantly adjusted the frequency of the sealing energy to test whether there is a phase space here. In fact, the Land of Bones has already used phase magic. All the Land of Bones has 3 layers of space. Those 3 layers of space are all in the same spatial coordinates, but in different phases. This phase is like the positive and negative of a number. For example, 1 can be -1, +1, or an absolute value. 10 minutes later, Sunan became alert. Found it. The Path of Exile found the special phase space located here and used the sealing energy to impact the sealed space. As a result, the entire room inside the leaning tower bell tower had a water wave in the air. Then, Sunan saw that the witch Mary Valiel was tied to the gear position that was originally empty, with her hands folded together and pierced by a shadow thorn. At the same time, Mary Valiel closed her eyes, as if she was suffering from some kind of pain. Sunan knew at a glance that she was cast into a special torture type sealing magic used by the pure white school to torture wizards. Sunan learned from the Shadow Thorn Wizard and the Shadow Sword Wizard that the pure white school has a special torture magic, Pure White Prison Curse, which will lock the spirit of the cursed person in the cell, seal the magic power, and torture the spirit at all times. Because it is in the spiritual world, time is not continuous, so it is often tortured for several days in the spiritual world, while only a few minutes may have passed in the real world. Sunan frowned, put his hand on her forehead, and used his magic power to remove the curse for her. Sunan himself knew something about the spells of the pure white school, not to mention that he could use magic pressure to forcibly remove the seal. However, Sunan raised his eyebrows because 3 wizards behind him suddenly attacked him. The 3 wizards looked at Sunan with ferocious eyes and were full of anger. Who are you? Who gave you the courage to attack the branch headquarters of the Pure White School. Put down your hands, strange wizard, give up resistance, and you may still have a chance to survive. 3 Shadow Thorns attacked Sunan, but the 3 first level Shadow Thorns collapsed under the pressure of Sunan's 709 magic pressure before they came into contact with Sunan and the permanent defense field. The 3 first level wizards showed fear on their faces. How is it possible? How can someone have such a high magic pressure? The next moment, Sunan's magic pressure fell on them, pressing the permanent defense field on them, constantly making cracking and explosion sounds, and at the same time, the 3 of them could not move. Sunan glanced at the 3 people in confusion. The magic pressure of these 3 people was 101, that is, just reaching the minimum mental power of a first level wizard. Speaking of which, once a general wizard breaks through to the first ring wizard, his mental power is rarely so low. It is not easy to accurately make the mental power of 3 first ring wizards just 101. At the same time, Sunan noticed that their magic power was very chaotic. Although they looked powerful, they would collapse by themselves if they were slightly touched. Moreover, their understanding of magic and the spell models they established were not good. Sunan frowned. Can anyone become a first ring wizard now? It seems that the Pure White School must have made a deal with some force, which led to the Pure White School mastering a method to mass produce first ring wizards. Of course, the pseudo first ring wizards produced by this method are just for show. A proper first ring wizard can kill a group of such pseudo first ring wizards. Under Sunan's magic pressure, these 3 pseudo first ring wizards actually lost their ability to move and fight back. Their permanent defense force field was also about to explode under Sunan's magic pressure. The 3 first ring wizards of the Pure White School all persisted with gnashing teeth. They knelt on one knee on the ground. The pride and smugness of becoming first ring wizards in the past few days disappeared at this moment. How could someone be so powerful? It turned out that, even if they became first ring wizards, they were just a group of minions in Asia Minor. It must be that this person is too powerful, not that they are too weak. The Milkut ring on Sunan's hand vibrated, and the phantom of the snake god appeared beside Sunan, and said to him, "These people carry the breath of the energy world that cannot be named. Sunan, there is something wrong with these people. They are obviously wizards, and are natural enemies of that world. I suspect that these wizards have defected to that world. Or, at least, they have reached some kind of cooperation agreement with that world." Sunan glanced at Mary Valiel, and found that her mental power had now reached 600, which is the limit of a first ring wizard. This made Sunan stunned for a moment, because Mary's promotion speed was almost the same as his. What surprised Sunan even more was that on the back of Mary's right hand, there appeared the symbol of the King of Ghouls. That was exactly the intelligent ghoul he had been looking for, also from the blood world. After a brief moment of surprise, Sunan immediately reacted and used the reversal spell to summon an ordinary werewolf messenger from his own Earl Peter's territory, and asked him to bring the Bailey tree sap stabilizing potion from the laboratory. Sunan took advantage of the justice witch being sealed and used blood magic to attract some spirituality from the back of her hand, and stored it in the Bailey tree sap stabilizing potion, a total of 10 bottles. It took 20 minutes. However, all the people present were either sealed or suppressed by Sunan's magic pressure to the point of being unable to breathe, so they could only watch him collect Mary's spirituality. Sunan mixed a bottle of intelligent ghoul spirit, a bottle of wolf poison spirit, and a bottle of vampire spirit. As a result, the 3 spirits intertwined in an empty potion bottle, sometimes becoming violent, sometimes becoming calm. It was very changeable. But Sunan still realized that, although the combination of the 3 made things very chaotic, in fact, overall, the spirituality of the 3 combined became more powerful. Sunan said in a voice that only he could hear, "My guess is right. Intelligent ghouls can make the power of werewolves and vampires stronger. This may be the direction for werewolves and vampires, to break through the 3rd ring. But the mixed spirituality becomes 3, and the situation becomes more complicated. The difficulty is hundreds of times greater than before. If it is an ordinary 2nd ring wizard, it may take more than 100 years to study the law of the fusion of the 3. However, I can skip this process with my intelligent brain and calculate the law in a shorter time." Sunan looked at Mary Valiel. It was only a few months since I last saw her, but I didn't expect that she would become the king of gals. A first ring wizard of the pure white school slowly supported his body and chanted a spell. Sunan did not look back, but said, "Not bad. You are probably the strongest among the 3 fake first ring wizards. I didn't expect that under my magic pressure. It took you 25 minutes to condense a first ring magic bit by bit. But, if you dare to attack me, I will fight back immediately." Among the 3 wizards of the pure white school, a middle-aged man gritted his teeth. There was a shadow tooth hidden in his palm. It was a first ring spell, pure white shark tooth. As long as he activated it, a shadow shark's tooth would appear and attack the target. He hesitated for a long time. After a struggle in his heart, he suddenly lifted the magic and lowered his head to Sunan. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. Mr. Wizard, we don't know what level of wizard you are. Perhaps you are a wizard of the first ring limit. He had such a low vision and too much water that he couldn't even see that Sunan was a second ring wizard. He said, "But our pure white school and the pure white council have no intention of being your enemy. If we have offended you before, we can apologize and compensate you. It's just that the woman is a pure white wizard and was specially sealed here. The number of first ring wizards in our pure white school now is a lot, which is different from before. We will soon be able to unify the Asia Minor region and become the regional overlord here. So," Sunan sneered, "wizards of your level, no matter how many there are they a threat to me. So why should I give you face?" Neil Oliver originally lowered his head in shame, thinking that what Sunan said was true. It turned out that, even if he became a first ring wizard using that special method, he was still insignificant. But the next moment, he was shocked, because he didn't know why Sunan knew his name. Sunan could use the human virtual machine to transform into the state of the arcane vampire Marquis. At the same time, Sunan pointed his finger at Mary's forehead. "Wake up, Mary Valiel. The Pale Cage Curse is not a particularly powerful sealing magic. After all, the pure white school itself is not very good at sealing magic. Therefore, Sunan only spent more than 20 minutes to analyze the method of removing the curse while protecting Mary's soul. The spell on Mary's soul was removed. She suddenly opened her mouth and made a cry. Shadows came out of her mouth. Those shadows were special sealed energies. Now they have left her soul one by one. After leaving Mary's body, those shadow sealing energies actually tried to rush towards Sunan, but before they got close, they were all crushed by Sunan's magic pressure. In the bell tower, Mary also woke up from her coma. After she got out of the seal, she used magic herself to disperse the shadow thorn magic that trapped her hands and fell to the ground from the gear. She supported her tired body and got up from the ground. Because she had suffered physical and mental torture from the pure white school, Mary was a little unsteady. She looked at Sunan with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Sunan Peter, my friend. I was in despair at the time. After sensing you, I just wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect you to really come to save me." She looked at the 3 first-ring wizards with hatred. The 3 fake first-ring wizards were so scared that their hearts were trembling. Mary was the kind of ruthless person who would take revenge on the spot. She immediately picked up the iron thorn whip on the ground and whipped them, making them scream. Their bodies were covered with scars from the whip, and they were bleeding and horrible. Mary sneered and said, "You 3 fools dared to torture me like that." 10 minutes later, Mary walked towards Sunan weakly and said, "Thank you again, my best friend. You seem to be a second-ring wizard now. I thought I was the only one who had an adventure, and I wanted to surprise you when I saw you. But I didn't expect that you helped me again." Sunan nodded and said, "Yes, I'm a second-ring wizard." He shook his index finger. "But you don't have to thank me, because I charge. I saved you. You should at least pay me an equal reward. For example, give me some magic resources. And tell me the cause and effect of this place, as well as the wizard forces in Asia Minor. Why would the Pure White Council suddenly deal with you? You are the princess of the Nicomedia Empire. Your brother Michael VIII doesn't care." Mary Palaalo smiled. "Indeed. This is in line with Lord Sunan's style of doing things, but I'm still very grateful to you." Mary called Lord Sunan again. "This is a sign of respect for a second-ring wizard. The two sides are indeed good friends, but now that there is a level difference, Mary can no longer address Sunan casually as before, unless she also becomes a second ring wizard. The status between the two can be equal. Mary said to Sunan, "That's what I meant. I accidentally got the inheritance left by Thales, the origin of all things, in Militus. Here, this is a potion formula I got there. It will definitely be useful to you. It should be enough as a reward to repay my friend who saved me." Sunan glanced at Mary, then checked the information that Mary sent directly through her mind, and saw that the name of this potion was Water Potion of Sangarius. Chapter 367 Sangarius Water Potion. This is the potion formula of the third ring wizard Thales. As a wizard who specializes in water magic, it is very likely that he will also learn to be a pharmacist. At least the wizards of the origin of all things wizard organization are like this. However, despite this, they are not specialized in pharmacy, so the special potion formula made by Thales, who is a third ring wizard, is only at the level of the second ring. But the effect of this formula has attracted Sunan's attention. Sangarius Water Potion can help the second ring wizard to water his soul through the origin of water and directly improve his mental power. The mental power of the second ring wizard is too high, so Sunan's previous first ring level mental power enhancing potions have lost their effect. Sangarius is the most important river in Asia Minor. It involves a lot of history, many conflicts between civilizations, and even in the Order Pantheon, there is a Sangarius river god. It can be seen that the Sangarius river is important. Sunan immediately understood the principle of the Sangarius water potion. This is a special way to summon the special spirituality of the water of the Sangarius river, trace its spiritual roots, condense the origin of water, and then water it on the wizard's soul, like watering a tree, so that the wizard's spiritual power can be quickly improved. Mary leaned against the wall of the leaning tower and smiled. "How about it, Master Pharmacist, Lord Sunan? My reward is not bad, right?" Sunan nodded. Mary said, "That's good. I knew you would like it. I was going to trade this thing to you at the storm gathering. I really hope you can refine it as soon as possible so that I can buy it from you in the future." Sunan glanced at her. What Mary meant by this was that she would definitely become a second ring wizard in the future, because only second ring wizards would need the Sangarius water potion. A first ring wizard would die if he took the Sangarius water potion, just like a balloon would explode if it was filled with too much air. However, Sunan didn't say anything. After all, everyone has secrets. Mary is a natural adventurer, so this era is the best era for her, because now the main material plane has left many heritages left by former wizards. Sunan nodded. "Well, if I refine it and have any extra, I should sell some of it. Is the fact that you were hunted by the pure white wizards related to your inheritance of the school of the origin of all things?" Mary shook her head and said, "It has nothing to do with it. They don't know yet that I have inherited the school of the origin of all things. That was my unexpected gain in this city. But I did have a conflict with the pure white school because of magical resources. The pure white school has been excavating some kind of ancient tombs in Asia Minor. When they were excavating an ancient tomb, I stole some treasures they found." Mary said, "I thought this matter would end here. Because according to my previous experience, after something is taken away, both parties will admit defeat. But I didn't expect that the pure white school would hunt me down all the way and find out my identity. Then, they put pressure on my brother. I don't know what method they used to make my brother Michael 8 help them to plot against me. They poisoned my food and told the pure white school my whereabouts. That's why I was caught by the pure white school." Sunan asked curiously, "It sounds like the things you stole will be very important to the pure white school. What are they? Can you describe them, Mary?" Mary Palaalo thought for a moment and said, "They are some burial objects in ancient tombs, some palm-sized stone dolls. Those stone dolls are very interesting. They are inlaid with gold, silver, gems and diamonds. Moreover, each stone doll is carved with the image of the same young woman, and a name, Hararasha, is engraved on the back. But those dolls are just ordinary dolls, not magical items at all. Who knew that? As soon as I took those dolls away, the pure white school went crazy and chased me frantically. Moreover, even if they captured me, they would send 3 first-ring wizards to torture me, repeatedly trying to ask me about the information I knew about Hararasha. But I really don't know anything. Sunan nodded and secretly memorized the name, Hararasha, in his heart. If the Pure White School and the energy world have deep cooperation, then this name may also be related to the energy world. Sunan said to Mary, if you want to vent your anger, you can buy a Pure White School slave I captured from me. I currently have 5 Pure White School wizard slaves. The 3 Pure White School's parallel first-ring wizards looked at Sunan with surprise and fear when they heard this. The 3 wizards all misunderstood and thought that Sunan had long wanted to attack their Pure White School. Sunan asked Mary, what's the matter with the mark of the King of Gals on the back of your hand? Mary looked at the back of her hand, then sighed and said to Sunan, this is also related to the Pure White School. The Pure White School excavated many tombs in Asia Minor, and the largest excavation site was the waterside moss swamp. After they chased me, I also tried to test them, so I went to the waterside moss swamp alone to see what they were doing there. But I was attacked by an unknown creature there. After I killed it, this mark kept appearing on the back of my hand, and it also increased my magic pressure to the limit of a first-ring wizard. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel first 69 book bar reads Sunan nodded. Mary continued, as for the wizard forces in Asia Minor, there were actually 5 magic forces in total, in addition to our Paleologian family. They are Ice Paradise, Witch House, Black Witch Tower, Pure White School and Emerald Medicine House. Of course, there may be some small-scale wizard organizations that are more deeply hidden. I don't know. But half a year ago, the Pure White School suddenly rose strongly. They gave birth to 1 or 2 first-ring wizards almost every month. Therefore, the original balance was broken. The Pure White School has an increasingly powerful voice in the Pure White Council, and continues to suppress other schools. Sunan nodded and said, I see. It seems that the Pure White School is really a thorny problem. However, they already have 5 first-ring wizards who have fallen in their hands. So, it is really hard to say who is the problem. Sunan asked Mary, next, what are you going to do? Mary shook her head, and then she sneered. Michael 8 betrayed me, so I won't go back. However, I don't know where I'm going next. By the way, Lord Sunan, why did you come to Militus? Sunan said, I'm going to the Moss Swamp. There should be what I need there. And I've seen the formula for the Sangarius water potion. You also need me to go to the Moss Swamp to collect the formula materials. Mary's eyes lit up. Can I go with you? I also want to figure out the mark that suddenly appeared on the back of my hand and the power that disturbed my magic power. That power greatly improved my recovery ability. Lord Sunan, I'm almost recovered now. Chapter 368, The Witch's House on the Verge of Extinction. Sunan glanced at Mary and found that she had indeed recovered. It seems that intelligent gals can also have immortality. Sunan nodded. Then let's go. Sunan sealed the 3 captives with a 1000-year sleeping spell, and then threw them into his own land of bones, letting them sleep there. Then, he took Mary and left the Leaning Tower of Biladu directly and went to the Oxaka Tavern at the same time. At this time, it was still afternoon. There were not many people in the Oxaka Tavern, and there were not many drinkers, and the Rubber Witch had already contacted the Rye Mistress in advance. The real Rubber Witch was wearing a black tight-fitting dress, with a graceful figure and long hair. For wizards of the Transfiguration School, any part of the body is a weapon, so she dressed like this. Behind the Rubber Witch were 10 first-class wizard apprentices, who were probably the elite apprentices of her witch house. But for some reason, these 10 wizard apprentices were all injured. The Rubber Witch now had more respect for Sunan. After all, in her opinion, the people Sunan sent to contact her were all senior first-ring wizards. This showed how powerful Sunan was. However, at this moment, the Rubber Witch said to Sunan, Lord Sunan, I'm very happy to meet you in reality. It's just that there is a problem on my side. Sunan looked at her in confusion. Is there nothing I want in the swamp? The Rubber Witch gritted her teeth. It's not like that, but we may not be able to enter the swamp. Something went wrong. Although the swamp is dangerous, it is also a public magic resource in Asia Minor. We also enter the swamp privately to hunt for some resources. But just 4 days ago, the Pure White Wizards issued an order through the Pure White Council to our wizard organizations in Asia Minor to prohibit entering the swamp. The rubber witch was a little afraid of angering Sunan, so she quickly looked up at Sunan and said, "So, I swore to you before that I could take you into the swamp, but now I may have to break my promise. The Pure White School has blocked the swamp. No one is allowed to enter." Sunan glanced at her. The rubber witch said immediately, "Lord Sunan, I led the wizards of our school to enter the swamp yesterday. I originally thought that the Pure White School was just making some strange orders as usual and would not execute them seriously. As a result, we were immediately attacked by 3 first-ring wizards of the Pure White School. How could their school have so many first-ring wizards? This is too strange. They are not a second-ring wizard organization. If we enter that swamp, we will probably fight directly with the Pure White School. The current Pure White School is the regional wizard power overlord in Asia Minor and has suppressed all wizard organizations in the local area. We are not worthy of direct conflict with them. Lord Sunan." Sunan did not reply, but looked at Mary. The justice which Mary sneered, "They must be after the tombs they dug." Madam gnashed her teeth in anger, and her pupils continued to reveal the light of red diamond dust. "Then kill them all. No one can stand in my master's way. Just a group of first-ring wizards." The wizard apprentices of the witch house were somewhat surprised by the contempt of Sunan and his group for the Pure White School. Sunan glanced at them, tapped the table lightly, and secretly used the reversal spell to summon Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3, who had been teleported back from the werewolf plane, the golden small plane half a month ago. At this time, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3 also took the golden werewolf hunter potion respectively. After all, the flower dragon stone can refine 10 portions of the golden werewolf hunter potion. At this moment, after such a long time, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3 have basically digested about 1/3 of the potion. Sunan tapped the table with his fingers and smiled. "The Pure White School is nothing to worry about. I care about 2 things. First, the inherited magic array of the Pure White School. I want to seize it completely. Second, the power behind the Pure White School." Sunan looked at the people in the tavern. What's interesting is that in this tavern, there are 3 Dark Knight races, werewolves, vampires, and intelligent gals. At the same time, Sunan remembered what the mysterious existence who predicted to him said before. It's the process that's important, not the result. All processes must be legal and reasonable. This is very important. Sunan thought about it and asked Mary and the rubber witch, "Is the waterside moss swamp a private area or a public area?" Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. The rubber witch was stunned for a moment, shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Sunan, I don't know." Mary said to Sunan, "That swamp is a family's private territory. It's just that the swamp is too dangerous and belongs to a desert-like desolate area, so it can be considered a public area." Sunan laughed. "It turns out to be a hot potato. That's good. I will buy the swamp today." In this way, the swamp is his own private territory, which is of course legal and reasonable. Mary wondered, what's so good about buying that kind of desolate area? Mary saw that Sunan had made up his mind, so she said, "Well, for a great pharmacist like you, it may really be nothing. I can use the identity of a princess to invite the people of that family out and let him sell the swamp." A day later, Sunan brought the Rye Lady, Mary and the Rubber Witch, as well as 10 apprentices from the witch house, to the waterside moss swamp. However, at this moment, the waterside moss swamp was surrounded by shadow traps of the Shadow School to prevent mortals and other wizards from entering. The Rubber Witch pointed at the shadow trap in front and said, "Lord Sunan, this swamp is full of traps set by the Shadow School, so we can't move at all." Sunan blew a whistle, pointed at a shadow trap in front, and said to Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3, "Tear down those illegal buildings on the edge of the swamp." What Pure White School? They have no sense of public morality. They actually installed so many messed up things near my swamp. Suddenly, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3, under the fearful and surprised eyes of the witch house and others, changed from hound form to werewolf form and let out a low roar. Mary said to Sunan, "Lord Sunan, your style of doing things seems to have changed recently." I still don't understand why you insisted on buying this swamp last night. Sunan said to her, just think of me as someone who wants to be a law-abiding citizen recently. Chapter 369. Flying red-eyed green zombie. Wolf 3 was in charge of the investigation, while Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 were in charge of the removal work. Soon, the shadow traps around the shadow swamp were all removed. The 3 first-ring wizards of the Pure White School who were responsible for guarding the edge of the swamp all discovered something unusual at this moment and quickly rushed to the edge of the shadow swamp. Who dares to remove the shadow guard set up by our Pure White School? The people in the witch house all became nervous, and their muscles were tense under their wizard robes. They didn't seem to completely trust Sunan, so they were always ready to protect themselves. The rubber witch turned into rubber all over, and her body became longer. But the moment the 3 first-ring counterfeit wizards appeared, they were controlled by Wolf 1, Wolf 2 and Wolf 3. 3 werewolves appeared behind them, and put their wolf claws under their necks. Sunan said to Madame Henry, hypnotize them. Madame Henry immediately showed the fangs of the vampire count, and ran over at a very fast speed, and then looked into the eyes of the 3 first-ring counterfeit wizards. You are the guards responsible for guarding the swamp. This swamp now belongs to Sunan Peter, so you are Sunan Peter's guards. The Pure White School is attacking this swamp, so they are your enemies. The pupils of the 3 first-ring wizards suddenly became confused, and they knelt on one knee to Sunan. Master, welcome back to your swamp. The Pure White School has attacked this swamp. Please eliminate this evil school. The people in the witch house all looked at this scene in horror. In their eyes, the 3 were as difficult as a natural moat, but at this moment, they were controlled by Sunan's men, as soon as they met, and even hypnotized by Sunan's men, and actually pledged their loyalty to Sunan. From beginning to end, Sunan did not move once. The wizard apprentices of the witch house looked at Sunan with more respect, and they all relaxed. It turned out that it was so safe to have Sunan leading the way. The rubber witch looked at the 3 wizards who were respectful to Sunan, and became more respectful to Sunan. Lord Sunan, I see. With you here, we don't have to worry about the Pure White School. But we have to be careful of the Pure White School's inherited magic array. The roads inside the swamp are interconnected, but our school has a map of the outer swamp. First, your first target, there may be second-ring undead creatures. The green swamp in the swamp may meet your requirements. Please follow me. Sunan looked at Mary Valiel. Do you want to act alone or with us? Mary smiled and said, I will continue to act alone in the swamp for the time being, so it will be easier to search for more things. Lord Sunan, let's continue to keep in touch with each other using the brass ring. If you need me, please call me. Sunan nodded. Mary is an explorer, and sometimes she prefers to act alone. And he entered the swamp to collect powerful creatures and undead creatures. Mary used a ring of dark energy to flash and left here. Sunan followed the rubber witch and went deep into the swamp. The inside of this waterside moss swamp is full of water plants and bushes, and the colors of different areas are different. The swamps in the outer area were the normal swamp color, and there were mostly some ferocious swamp creatures, such as giant crocodiles, carnivorous owls, poisonous dart frogs, etc. However, with Sunan's magic pressure and the power of the 3 golden werewolf hunters, these creatures often dared not approach. When they passed a swamp, there was a giant crocodile hiding under the mud. When Sunan stepped over its head, the giant crocodile suddenly raised its head and wanted to attack Sunan, but the next moment, Wolf 3, who had discovered it in advance, pierced the crocodile's forehead with his wolf claws. Then, Sunan saw that under the swamp, many giant crocodiles under the raised swamp mud saw this scene and silently retreated and moved away from them. When Sunan walked into a green swamp, he realized that the green swamp was moderately toxic, and mortals would die soon after entering it. Although the wizard apprentices would not have too many problems in a short period of time, they would have hallucinations for a long time. Sunan picked up a piece of green swamp mud, smelled it, and then put it into a bottle of antidote. Then he used the injection spell to turn it into spiritual rain, and sprinkled it all over the green swamp. Suddenly, the color of the green swamp began to fade, and turned into normal mud, and the undead creatures on the green swamp seemed to become very uncomfortable. There were originally many undead creatures on the green swamp. These undead creatures seemed to have died in this swamp. After death, They had deep resentment. Because this is a swamp, sunlight cannot enter the swamp, so they turned into undead after death. Over time, this place has become a natural land of the dead. Even the scale and quality are much higher than the land of bones of Anthony and Brutus. Sunan said to the people in the witch house, "The swamp ahead is poisonous. I think it's troublesome, so for convenience, I detoxified the swamp ahead. These toxins should be the toxins of the undead creatures. It should be that the undead creatures gather more and more here, which has caused the phenomenon of the green swamp." The people in the witch house looked at the ground in front of them, like a chameleon, and quickly changed back to the normal color of the swamp. Everyone was shocked by the power of the second ring wizard. It turned out that the second ring wizard could change the environment around him so easily. It can be said that the world changes its nature according to his own thoughts. The rubber witch glanced at the apprentices, smiled, and thanked Sunan. "Thank you, Lord Sunan. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. This poison is nothing to our wizards above the first ring, but it is difficult for my apprentices to move." Sunan nodded, and at the same time he felt that there seemed to be a riot of undead creatures in the green swamp. Those swamp zombies that died in the swamp seemed to be very angry that Sunan purified the toxins here, so they crawled out of the swamp like a tide, carrying sticky green swamp mud bodies, and rushed towards Sunan. In the center of the green swamp, a yellow-eyed green zombie appeared. The yellow-eyed green zombie was obviously a first-ring level undead lord. It was controlling the green swamp zombies and trying to attack Sunan. The rubber witch said to Sunan, "Lord Sunan, that is a high-level undead lord in the swamp. It is invulnerable and difficult to kill. There are also a large number of subordinates. Every time we enter the swamp, we are afraid of encountering it." The next moment, before the rubber witch could finish her words, the head of the yellow-eyed green zombie was suddenly taken off by an even more terrifying existence. I saw a red-eyed green zombie with long flamboyant hair and a female zombie appearing behind the yellow-eyed green zombie. The female zombie played with the corpse of the red-eyed green zombie and laughed. Something fun is coming. There are only two kinds of people in this world. One is the living and the other is the dead. Living people, stay in this swamp and play with me." The rubber witch and the wizard apprentices of the witch house were all stunned. The terrible swamp guardian before the yellow-eyed green zombie was so scary, but what about the red-eyed female green zombie behind him? It was easy to kill the yellow-eyed green zombie. What did the people of the pure white school do in this swamp? How could it make this swamp even more dangerous? Sunan looked at the female red-eyed green zombie and suddenly laughed. Because the other party was a second-ring undead creature, it was an important material for making a second-ring death knight. What's more wonderful is that it seems that he can use the spine of the red-eyed green zombie to make a life box-like weapon for the death knight. Anyway, the design drawings of the weapons have been completed in the round heaven and square earth plane. Sunan glanced at the green swamp and found that there were many floating ruins of remaining buildings and some tombstone-like things in the green swamp, so these places could be used for settlement. Big Wolf, Second Wolf, my most loyal servants, catch that guy for me. It just so happened that these three werewolves also needed to fight to digest the magic potion. Chapter 370 The Four Beasts of the God of Law. The red-eyed female zombie flew up from the swamp in an instant, at an incredibly fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, she shortened the distance between her and Sunan. At the same time, she was holding the head of the yellow-eyed zombie in her right hand, looking very relaxed. However, just as she approached, Sunan was 50 meters away. She suddenly gritted her teeth and made a TSK sound because the speed of the three golden werewolf hunters behind her could actually keep up with her and followed closely behind her. Not bad. The red-eyed female zombie turned around. Her left hand turned into a hand knife and let the two werewolves hit her with their hunter claws. The friction between the wolf claws and the zombie's body produced fierce sparks. At the same time, a special rune appeared on her body. Sunan observed that the rune was composed of 4 beast patterns, and each beast pattern was very special. Sunan always felt that he had seen it somewhere. Intelligent brain, search for the rune composed of 4 patterns. I should have seen it somewhere. Yes, searching, I have it. The pattern is recorded in the classics of the God of Law, disobeying the laws of the God of Law, and destroying the 4 beasts. At the same time, they are also the four beasts sent by the god of law to the mortal world, in order to let mortals see the consequences of having no laws, so that mortals will cherish the laws more. The classic of the god of law is on page 133, the second paragraph, which reads, "One day, God threw the four beasts down to the mortal world, because he was annoyed that the four beasts kept quarreling in the sky, and even more, because he was annoyed that mortals on earth endlessly questioned the laws. Because people did not abide by the law, the four beasts came to the earth, and told the world about the past world without laws, in the era ruled by the ancient evil sun." The third paragraph of the classic of the law on page 156 reads, "The Lord of Law sees the power of these four beasts from the body of the ancient evil sun. These four beasts will definitely bring disaster to the world, threaten the world with danger and power, and strengthen people's belief in the gods. But the Lord of Law is different from the ancient evil god. He sent his own gods to rule the four beasts." The red-eyed female zombie used her left-hand knife to cut open the chest of Wolf Big, and then used her hand knife to cut off the throat of Wolf 2. She suddenly frowned, put the blood of Wolf Big and Wolf 2 in her mouth and tasted it. Then her face changed. "This taste is disgusting to me. It's the power of the god." All werewolves had drunk a trace of Sunan's blood in the earliest werewolf curse transformation potion, and a small part of Sunan's spiritual power flowed in their bodies. Now that I think about it, my werewolf has such a powerful immortal ability at the beginning, because that drop of my blood is the blood of the god, which has a strong spirituality. Therefore, now this red-eyed female green zombie, which is obviously radiated by the power of the so-called four beasts, can feel the smell. That seems to be a natural enemy. According to the classics of the god of law, the nemesis of the four beasts is the blood of the god of law's god family. The red-eyed female green zombie suddenly looked at the two werewolves, only to see that Wolf Big and Wolf 2's bodies recovered quickly, and became more angry. Their strength increased, and the magic potion was gradually digested. The two werewolves roared at her. The red-eyed female green zombie seemed to be provoked. "A mere living creature is so arrogant. You want to compete with the immortal? I'm neither alive nor dead. A zombie." The next moment, she attacked with both hands, digging out eyes, picking out brains, and digging out hearts. The continuous attacks, every time she hit Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, would cause some kind of crippling damage to them. The zombies in the original green swamp rioted and rushed towards Sunan, but were blocked by the wizards of the witch house. The magic of the wizards of the witch house is very interesting. They will first turn themselves into rubber, and then use the characteristics of rubber people to attack others. So, their arms and legs will stretch out. When they fight zombies, they will turn themselves into some kind of rubber rope and tie up the zombies. Anyway, the fighting method of transformation magic has always been unique. Sunan stood still and began to observe the ruins in the green swamp. After careful observation, Sunan found that some of the buildings that emerged from the swamp actually had the mark of the four beasts. In other words, there used to be a large number of four beasts worship temples in this place. In the green swamp, these remaining buildings all contain a trace of unique spirituality. It is no wonder why the bodies that died in these swamps turned into special undead creatures, and even gave birth to things like red-eyed green zombies. Sunan thought the relationship between the four beasts and the god of law is that they are both enemies and friends. And this swamp, according to legend, was once the capital of the wizard empire Assyria. It seems that the Assyrian Empire once used the power of the four beasts. But what does the pure white school have to do with this matter? Sunan thought, I didn't expect that I just came to find the bodies of two second-ring creatures, but I still got an unexpected surprise. Since I came to this swamp, I might as well explore it and seize the inheritance witch formation from the pure white school. Sunan looked up at the center of the battlefield and saw that the battle between the three werewolves and the female zombie was getting more and more intense. The female zombie was invulnerable to weapons and the werewolf's claws could not penetrate her defense, and the werewolf's multiple immortality also made the female zombie suffer a lot. Even if her eyes were removed and her brain was dug out, it could grow back by itself. This immortality ability has reached a horrifying level, even surpassing the neither living nor dead. During the battle, the werewolves gradually digested the magic potion, which also tilted the balance of the battle to the other side. The female zombie was getting more and more tired. However, the werewolf blood containing Sunan's spirituality was scattered all over the swamp, and at this moment, some changes occurred. In the green swamp, many murals on the ancient, dilapidated buildings with the appearance of the four beasts actually lit up. The entire swamp seemed to have undergone some changes because of Sunan's divine blood. The rubber which left the battlefield and ran to Sunan's side. Lord Sunan, this is. Sunan did not answer. Instead, he looked at the changes in the swamp. This swamp is indeed closely related to the god of law. On the other side of the moss swamp, in a red swamp, the pure white school came out in full force this time. Every wizard activated the inheritance magic array to strengthen magic for a week. After a week, their school inheritance magic array will automatically dormant for a year. The pure white wizard looked at the statue of a woman with Hararasha carved on the back hidden in the swamp bushes in front of him. The forehead of the stone sculpture of the woman also appeared the pattern of the four beasts and flashed with magical light. The pure white wizard showed ecstasy on his face. I have been studying this swamp for 10 years, and this is the first time I have seen such a scene. What happened to cause the change here? Is my 10 years of hard work finally going to be rewarded? This change must be for me. Behind him, his son, the white bad wizard, said happily, "Father, this change must be caused by you. We will soon find what that adult wants, and we can also harvest the magic resources left by the ancient earth wizard Caspian Quinn before he went crazy." The pure white wizard looked at his team. In addition to more than 100 wizards from the pure white school, there were also 30 wizards from the Emerald Medicine House and more than 50 wizards from the Black Wizard Tower and Ice Paradise. However, most of the wizards from other schools were tied up with iron chains, and they were obviously prisoners of the pure white school. The pure white wizard turned his head and looked at the Emerald Witch, a wizard of the first ring of the Emerald Apothecary, and looked at the Emerald Witch in front of him with a vicious look and said, "Next, the wizards in your organization must provide treatment for our pure white school. Otherwise, I will kill them one by one now and make their corpses into shadow puppets and turn them into our tools." The Emerald Witch is a girl who looks to be in her early 20s, with an innocent and beautiful temperament. But at this moment, there were whip marks on her face, caused by the wizards of the pure white school. She turned her head and gritted her teeth and said, "I know." At the same time, the pure white wizard looked at the wizards of the ice park and said coldly, "The reason why I didn't kill you is because the ice spells of your shaping school are very useful to me in this swamp. As long as you use the ice spells obediently and create ice roads in the swamp, I can let you go afterwards." The ice wizard, a first ring wizard of the ice park, looked like a middle-aged man. He sighed and said to the pure white wizard, "Okay, Mr. Pure White Wizard." However, the wizards of the Black Wizard Tower were not tied up or had wounds on their bodies. They were obviously allies of the pure white school. The first ring wizard of the Black Wizard Tower, the Black Tower Wizard, said to the pure white wizard with a flattering smile, "Master Pure White Wizard, if you get the inheritance, you will definitely become a second ring wizard. At that time, our pure white wizard council will definitely be able to make a further step." The pure white wizard nodded. "Now I have launched a blitzkrieg against the Emerald Apothecary House and the Ice Paradise. The resources, inheritance, and people are all in my hands. Your Black Wizard Tower has taken the initiative to become a vassal of the pure white school at a very early time. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 book bar reading the remaining witch houses are not to be feared. It's just that their transformation magic is good at survival, so I plan to deal with them later." The pure white wizard sneered. "That lord also asked me to help the Paleologus royal family of the Nicomedia Empire. So the royal family is now also my people. A royal princess which offended me before, and now she has fallen into my hands." The pure white wizard now feels very good. "I'm now the overlord of the entire Asia Minor. When I go one step further, I can even touch other places with my palm, and I don't need to be afraid of the church anymore." He said to all the wizards, "The 4 beast runes have been lit. This means that the earth defense magic that has shrouded the swamp for thousands of years has opened a way for us. We can enter the real core area of the swamp." The ancient earth wizard Caspian Quinn is a 3-ring wizard. He has created many magics, such as the zombie series of magic, and the golem, that has been passed down to later generations, and has had a very profound impact on us. The white bad wizard was shocked. It turns out that the ancient earth wizard Caspian Quinn is the creator of golem magic. This is really, the pure white wizard said, so we have to be especially careful of the golems here. In the green swamp, the two arms of the flying red-eyed green zombie were held by Wolfdal and Wolfer respectively. At this time, Wolfdal and Wolfer had completely transformed into golden werewolf hunters and used the wolf demon claws, combined with the magic blood charging, platinum blood boiling and hunter mask, to penetrate her body. The red-eyed female green zombie obviously didn't expect that these werewolves were so powerful that they killed her who had been roaming this swamp for so many years. God of Law, after so many years, you finally remembered me and sent your messenger to let me enter reincarnation again. The next moment, her soul fire was crushed by the wolf claws of the werewolf wearing a red striped hunter mask. Wolfdal looked at her with his eyes wearing the hunter mask, with a mockery in his eyes. The red-eyed female green zombie died. After she died, all the zombies in the green swamp fled in all directions, and Sunan did not let the werewolves exterminate them. After all, there were too many zombies. Killing them would not only waste time, but also have little meaning. Sunan put the body of the red-eyed female zombie into the land of bones. At the same time, he asked Wolf 3 to lock the yellow-eyed green zombies mixed in the zombies. Wolf Big, Wolf 2 and Wolf 3, use your hunter chains to capture those yellow-eyed green zombies. Although they are a little weaker, they have the magic of invulnerability, which can be more or less useful. Wolf Big and Wolf 2 immediately chased after them, running among the zombies in the swamp. In less than 5 minutes, they tied up 3 yellow-eyed zombies with hunter chains respectively, and then captured them. In the struggle and roar, the yellow-eyed zombies turned into 3 golden werewolf hunters powerlessly. On the werewolf hunter chain in the left hand, there was a small golden zombie statue. At the same time, the 3 werewolf hunters roared to the sky, and the hair on their bodies turned green. They showed the characteristics of zombies and became invulnerable. The wizards of the witch's house had mixed feelings when they saw this scene. Every time they came to this swamp, they could only be cautious and get a lot of information and strategies to learn how to avoid a large number of swamp zombies, and they must not provoke yellow-eyed zombies. As a result, now that Sunan made a move, not to mention yellow-eyed zombies, even red-eyed female zombies could be subdued. The rubber witch said to Sunan, Lord Sunan, I didn't expect that with your power. Even those fierce beasts were enough to be subdued. It's amazing. Sunan threw a newly researched blood magic to the Rye Mistress. It was the blood magic, blood deviation shield. This shield is a defensive magic, but the most important function is that after the deviation shield is deployed, as long as it is continuously deployed, it can deflect sunlight. In other words, as long as the vampire who possesses this magic learns and has the ability to use this defensive magic all the time, he can walk under the sun and will no longer be afraid of the sun. However, the basic consumption of running this magic is also quite large, and it will still weaken a certain combat power and consume additional mana. Sunan looked at the rubber witch and said, I have indeed harvested the second ring and dead creature. Where is the tree VIP you mentioned before? The rubber witch said, please follow me. It is deeper in the swamp, in the red swamp. There is a fog in the red swamp that has always hidden the core area of the swamp. So the red swamp is almost the deepest point that can be penetrated in this swamp. The historical relics of the red swamp are more than those of the green swamp. There are 5 colors in this swamp, namely the black swamp, ordinary swamp, green swamp, yellow swamp, white swamp and red swamp. Chapter 371 The First Wizarding Empire in History. In the red swamp, the rubber witch took Sunan to an area where 2 ring creatures were suspected to exist. The red swamp area was even more dangerous. All creatures here seemed to be in endless rage. Even a common swamp rhino would directly charge at humans when it saw them. Moreover, in the red swamp area, there were more ancient relics, and the ruins of ancient buildings were everywhere. In a dilapidated ancient palace, Sunan saw many corpses wearing white wizard robes of the pure white school. These corpses were obviously dead not long ago. Hearing someone approaching, a first-ring wizard wearing the clothes of the pure white school in the corner of the dilapidated palace cried for help. 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 Save me. I'm a first ring wizard of the pure white school. Young people, as long as you save me, you will have the favor of a formal wizard in the future. An old man cried for help with a completely black face. A wizard apprentice from the witch's house took out a ritual knife and was about to step forward and kill the old man, but Sunan stopped him. The witch apprentice of the witch's house saluted to Sunan and said, "Respected second ring wizard, I'm going to kill him. I'm not going to save him. In the previous conflict between the witch's house and the pure white school, my brother died at the hands of their school. I want to kill a high-ranking member of the pure white school with my own hands." The rubber witch's face immediately changed, and she scolded her. "Whatever Lord Sunan said, is what it is. How dare you make excuses?" Sunan waved her hand and smiled at the witch apprentice. "I don't mind what you want to do, but you are obviously inexperienced and don't understand what is happening now. Do you think he is really asking for help? Look at the tree behind him." The witch apprentice of the witch's house immediately looked at the tree in the corner of the ancient palace behind the old wizard of the pure white school who was asking for help. The branches of the tree were crooked and looked strange. But Sunan snapped his fingers, and the magic pressure was pressed towards the tree. The tree suddenly moved, and a two-ring creature with scales the color of bark, a VIP, moved. It opened its mouth and kept dripping venom. The apprentice who had just tried to go forward to finish off the enemy was so scared that her face turned pale. She didn't expect that there was a two-ring creature standing in the corner, specializing in venom. If she had walked over just now, she would have died without a doubt. Sunan said, "The wizard of the pure white school had no good intentions from the beginning. He must have been abandoned by the pure white school and had already accepted the fact that he would gradually die here. But after he found us approaching, he immediately changed his mind and asked us for help, wanting to take as many people away as possible before he died." The wizard of the pure white school looked at the three first-ring wizards of the pure white school who were controlled by Sunan and said in surprise, "It turns out to be you. Come and save me. Come and save me quickly." But the three first-ring wizards of the pure white school just looked at him with a sneer and then said to Sunan, "It's strange. We feel that this enemy is so familiar. Master, why did he specifically ask us for help? Master, this enemy looks so miserable, like a stray dog." Sunan smiled and said nothing. The seriously injured old wizard of the pure white school looked at Sunan with horror. "It's you. You controlled them. Who are you? How dare you be an enemy of our pure white school? The pure white school has already controlled." The next moment, the VIP whipped his head with its tail, pulling his head off. The VIP's eyes were red, as if full of anger. Then, the VIP, which had been disguised as a tree, rushed directly towards Sunan and others, intending to bite Sunan. But the next moment, it was blocked by three golden werewolf hunters. It bit the arm of Wolf Big. As a result, Wolf Big drew strength from the yellow-eyed green zombie, forming an invulnerable body, so that the VIP could not bite through the werewolf's skin and inject toxins into it. Sunan noticed that the VIP moved very fast, so he crushed a bottle of two-ring sleeping spell magic, used the injection spell, and injected it into the VIP's body to slow it down. Then, after more than 20 minutes of fighting, the two-ringed VIP was knocked unconscious by the three werewolves. Sunan walked over and sealed the VIP with a sleeping spell again. At the same time, he checked the VIP's body and said, "The creatures in the red swamp are full of anger, but I can sense that their anger does not come from themselves." Sunan poured a bottle of foreign body separation potion on its body, and then Sunan saw that a lot of spiritual power that did not belong to it was floating out of the VIP. Sunan ordered the Rye matron to contact the spirits flying in the air, and then use the wolf pack effect to perceive the information contained in those spirits. Then, in an instant, Sunan saw corpses all over the mountains and plains through the Rye matron, countless dead soldiers on the battlefield, and a slaughtered city. A man stood on the top of the wall he conquered and gave a grand speech. "Look, all the enemies who stood in the way of the Assyrian Empire are dead. If one person resists, I will kill him. If 10 people resist, I will kill 10. If 100 people resist, I will kill 100. If the whole world resists me, I will kill them all until they submit to me." Read the correct version in 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. The Assyrian Empire is a wizard empire built on death and conquest. Rebels, feel free to get angry. Let this anger make you more incompetent. This is a curse from the first wizard empire. I will establish the most ancient law here and promulgate the code of the earth wizards. In this capital, all enemies of the empire will be eroded by their own anger. In my wizard empire, wizards and mortals will be two species. Mortals are just livestock raised by wizards, and low-level wizards are livestock raised by high-level wizards. In my wizard empire, anyone who resists will be killed. Sunan and Mistress Hedi Rai got rid of the spiritual illusion. Mistress Hedi Rai looked a little ugly, as if the violent spirit had really hurt her. Master, there are still some cruel people among wizards. I feel so uncomfortable now. After Mistress Hedi Rai came into contact with the spirit, a violent emotion gradually rose in her body. Her eyes also showed a red angry aura like a VIP. Sunan didn't care too much. He used the Milkard ring and attached it to the body of Mistress Black Rai. Suddenly, the illusion of the snake god appeared and entangled the soul of Mistress Black Rai. How can there be such delicious chaos? Sunan, do you know that the Demon King of the Abyss has the ability to sense chaotic areas? This swamp under your feet is really full of delicious chaos. There is even. Sunan nodded and said, it turns out that the god of the Abyss can also sense it. Under this swamp, there are distorted and broken laws of the Assyrian Empire. When wizards establish an empire, they can make special magic structures appear inside the magic tide, and then laws will appear. Since the Assyrian Empire is the first wizard empire, there must be laws, so there are laws of the Assyrian Empire here. Could it be that the purpose of the Pure White School is this kind of thing? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Second Ring Sunwell Potion and Mental Power 759. After confirming that the former capital and laws of the Assyrian Empire were buried under this swamp, the Rubber Witch also discovered one thing. When she stood at the highest point of this ruined palace and looked into the depths of the swamp, she found that the seal that had previously sealed the swamp had disappeared. The Rubber Witch asked Sunan, Lord Sunan, the core area of this swamp has been opened. Should we go in? It's just that the apprentices of my school may not be suitable for entering more dangerous areas. I plan to leave them here as our backup. Sunan nodded and sent 3 first-ring wizards under his control to explore the situation in the depths of the swamp. After all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The core area of the swamp has just been opened, and there is no need for her and others to rush in. How many dangers there are is still unknown. Sunan wandered in this ancient palace. The remaining murals on this ancient palace tell a story of the Assyrian Empire. On the mural, at first, a group of wizards gathered together, seemingly conducting normal magic research. The next 5 pictures were all wizards studying and discussing magic and collecting resources. But the 6th picture changed. A nihilist being wearing a judge's uniform came to the group of wizards. From the mural, this being made a loud speech among the wizards. Then, in the 7th mural, the group of wizards who were quietly studying magic began to conquer cities and build countries. Next, 3 murals were missing. But in the 11th mural, a wizard wore an emperor's crown, and under his feet were submissive wizards and mortal ministers. And in the 12th mural, the wizard emperor held a code in his hand. He raised the code above his head. The code was like the sun, hanging above the heads of mortals and wizards in the entire empire. If it was an ordinary wizard, he might not feel anything after seeing this group of murals. At most, he would know that the owner of this palace was a wizard who conquered many mortals and territories. But Sunan, who became the emperor in the werewolf plane, understood that this group of murals was telling how the wizard emperor of the Assyrian Empire changed from an ordinary wizard to a wizard emperor and established laws. Sunan thought, the Assyrian magic emperor obviously had the participation of the energy world in his life experience when he was young. The judge without eyes seems to be the blind chief judge. If that's the case, then the existence behind the Pure White School is likely to be the blind chief judge. He is the one who wants to get the things in this swamp ruins. Sunan figured out the key. He snapped his fingers and summoned a crucible with a reversal spell, which appeared in front of him, and a magic flame appeared under the crucible. Sunan asked 2 super werewolf messengers to pour a bottle of fire demon's wrath under the crucible every 10 minutes to form a powerful magic flame. At the same time, Sunan began to refine potions. He was going to refine the second ring Death Knight potion and the second ring Sunmark potion. At the same time, he had collected all the main materials of the Sangarius water potion in the swamp, so he could also make this potion. Rhyme Adam, as an assistant, helped Sunan deal with the magic materials. An hour later, Sunan turned the body of the red-eyed female zombie into a red 2-ring Death Knight potion by adding various other potion materials, and poured the potion into a potion bottle. In the potion bottle, there was a death rune bone sword made of the spine of a zombie. It had been shrunk by magic and was floating in the potion. Seeing this scene, the rubber witch took the initiative to stand aside as a guard to protect Sunan, who was making the potion. At the same time, she secretly looked at the potion that Sunan was making from time to time. Lord Sunan, don't avoid me and make the potion directly in front of me. But it's too complicated. I think it's useless to look at it. After Sunan finished making the Death Knight potion, he extracted the blood from different parts of the Viper again and put it into the crucible. At the same time, magic materials were continuously added, and soon the magic liquid in the crucible flashed with golden light, like a sparkling lake of the sun. Half an hour later, Sunan poured the potion in the crucible, which was emitting golden light like the sun, into the potion bottle. Sunan looked at the potion in his hand and said, "Let's name this 2-ring Sunmark potion the Sunwell potion." Sunan did not immediately hand the 2 bottles of potion to Vasilian and Jinx, but continued to refine the 3rd potion, the Sangarius water potion. A day later, Sunan drank the colorless and transparent Sangarius water potion in his hand. Suddenly, he felt as if there was an invisible river covering him, and his whole body was in that river. The original source of water nourished his mental power and continuously improved his mental power from 709. Your mental power is currently 712, currently 723, currently 750. Your mental power is currently 759. A hint of surprise appeared in Sunan's eyes. I didn't expect that a bottle of Sangarius water potion could increase my mental power so much. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 Book Bar. I just don't know what the upper limit of the mental power of a second ring wizard is. The upper limit of the mental power of a second ring wizard seems to be much higher than that of a first ring wizard. However, it is also very difficult for a second ring wizard to improve his mental power. Ordinary potions are ineffective. It's a pity that the increase of Sangarius water potion will not be so great after taking it for the second time. So, I have to find more potions that can improve the mental power of second ring wizards. Sunan thought about it and felt that Mary was not a friend he had made in vain. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have obtained the Sangarius water potion from the school of the origin of all things. Sunan thought that the reason why he cared so much about the Pure White School was because the inherited magic array of the Pure White School, as long as the function was slightly modified, it might be used to improve the spiritual power of the second ring wizard. However, since he encountered the joint action of the energy world and the Pure White School in this swamp, and it might also be the remains of the ancient wizard empire, it would be fine for him to continue exploring. Sunan used the reversal spell to temporarily return to his Rye underground domain and came to the insect city in front of Jinx. Sunan opened the second ring Sunwell potion, and Jinx seemed to become extremely excited, constantly cheering for Sunan. Sunan said, "Jinx, take this potion. The connection between the insect swarm and the sun will be closer. It will make the reproduction and vitality of the insect swarm rise to a higher level again, and form a sun well in your body to continuously provide you with magical energy." The secret world dust potion was also put into the Sunwell potion, so Jinx would also have a connection with the secret world. Sunan warned Jinx, but in order to digest the potion, you need to endure the temperature and pain of being in the core of the Sunday. Jinx immediately said that it could endure anything, except that it could not continue to evolve. Sunan smiled and said, "Then let us continue to move forward into the future, Jinx." Then, Sunan poured the potion into Jinx's body and gave her another order. Send 100 insect queens to the waterside moss swamps in Asia Minor and establish 100 insect swarm sub-bases. Jinx said, "Okay, master." Chapter 373, The Swarm, completes 7 sublimations. As soon as Jinx drank the Sunwell potion, her body began to undergo huge changes. A huge, simple red sun cloud pattern appeared on Jinx's back carapace, and at the same time the cloud pattern lit up, and huge solar energy gathered towards her. The entire hive tower also began to wriggle and upgrade. The hive will automatically made the black hole queen become a floating magic pool, and then the hive tower began to upgrade to the second ring hive tower. The underground world originally had no sun, only glimmering plants, but at this moment the second ring hive tower glowed and heated along with Jinx, causing the Rye underground to light up. At this moment, all the swarms seemed to be burning in flames. The temperature of the Rye underground also began to rise. From more than 20 degrees, it developed towards more than 30 degrees. When Sunan saw this scene, he immediately understood that the hive will was evolving towards the level of a second ring wizard. The symbol of a second ring wizard is that he can use great magic to change the environment around him to the greatest extent. Therefore, when the hive will took steps towards the 7th sublimation, it actually began to increase the temperature of the underground Rye underground. Now, the entire arcane swarm was being burned by the flames of the sun, and individual swarms died one after another. The hive mind was also being burned by the flames of the sun. The swarm took a path that few people had taken before. It was the path of group evolution. But at this moment, the swarm began to collapse in the digestion of the potion because of the lack of individual souls with sufficient strength. But at the same time, the swarm began to devour frantically, eating soil, stones, and mineral veins, and hatching new individuals to increase the number of swarms. In this way, they fought against the consequences of taking the potion and gaining a deeper connection with the sun under Sunan's magic. A round of scorching sun seemed to descend on the swarm. The place where the scorching sun landed turned into a place where the sun flame burst out. From it, flames continued to erupt. Sunan frowned. The evolution of the swarm is not optimistic. After all, the biggest weakness of the swarm is that, although there are many individuals, there are no souls with sufficient strength. The hive consciousness is a collective consciousness, without the defense layer of individual souls. Jinx wailed in pain. At this moment, a large ball of scorching sun fire enveloped her body, as if to burn her into a sea of fire. Jinx and the hive consciousness said at the same time, "Master, there is a problem with digesting the potion. The swarm is in crisis." Sunan frowned and thought about the solution quickly with the intelligent brain. They immediately thought of 5 ways and selected the 2 best ones. Sunan decided to give the right of choice to the hive mind and Jinx herself, and said, "At present, I have come up with 2 ways. One is to pile the resources of the swarm on a bug and breed bugs that can support the second ring combat power." Jinx, or the hive mind, thought about it and immediately denied this plan. "Great master, the swarm does not need extremely powerful individuals. In that case, Jinx and I will survive, but the swarm will die. The swarm needs quantity, not quality. Otherwise, the swarm will no longer be a swarm. Our essences. Since the swarm has digested 1/3 of the Sunwell potion, the swarm has already had the characteristics of the second ring. The hive mind summoned part of the secret world and combined it with the main material plane. Then, with the hive tower as a core, it appeared in the secret world. In the secret world, the essence of the Zerg is a brain composed of millions of light points. Seeing this scene, Sunan also began to think. Has the Zerg begun to gradually abandon the essence of devouring and move towards the path of the great common collective consciousness? The essence of devouring will indeed destroy itself sooner or later. This is the correct direction of evolution. Sunan said to Jinx and the hive mind, "Then we can only use the second plan. Let me talk about my third plan first. My third plan is to use magic to remove the effect of some of the Sunwell potion in your body, so as to reduce the tolerance you need to digest the potion." Jinx became nervous. For the Zerg, this is the most unwilling method. But the first goal of the Zerg is to survive, so if Sunan, as the master of the Zerg, wants to adopt this plan, the hive mind will not refuse. Jinx, who turned into a ball of fire, pleaded with Sunan, "Master, is there any other way?" Sunan said, "I know you will not accept this, and neither will I, so there is a second plan, but it requires taking risks." Jinx immediately said, "The Zerg is never afraid of taking risks." Sunan said, "Then continue to expand along the path of collective evolution. However, the reason why it can't withstand the effects of the Sunwell potion now is mainly because I have linked the Zerg and the sun too closely. As long as you can digest it, you can almost be regarded as the sons of the Sunday. Now, you must continue to multiply the Zerg, and make the entire Rye Underground a part of the Zerg. Not just the scarabs and other bugs, but all Zerg buildings are also part of the Zerg. Turn the entire Rye Underground into a big bug in essence, and establish a Zerg ecosystem, and let this ecosystem bear the Sunwell potion." Sunan transmitted the construction methods of the 5 Zerg buildings deduced by the intelligent brain to the hive, will through the wolf pack effect. These 5 types of swarm buildings were optimized by the intelligent brain. They were based on the 2-ring wizard tower, 2-ring hive tower, and were variant 2-ring swarm towers. Anyway, the swarm now had 30 black hole queens in reserve, which could be used at this time. The hive did not hesitate and began to madly blast troops and expand swarm buildings. The 6 2-ring hive towers also began to be built under the struggle of millions of swarms. First, the first variant hive tower, the 2-ring fungal blanket tower, was a hive tower covered with fungal tumors. Fungal tumors kept falling, and the cannon fodder scarabs pushed those fungal tumors to the Rye Underground area, covering the underground area with fungal blankets. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. The second variant of the hive tower is a 2-ring queen tower. It is a rebirth tower that provides queens with arcane rebirth. The third variant of the hive tower is a 2-ring flying insect tower. The fourth variant of the hive tower is the 2-ring tyrant tower. The fifth variant of the hive tower is a 2-ring hatching tower. The flying insect tower is a basic hive tower, but it also has a large number of bone spurs and flying wings. This is the result of the bone spur cruise insects having the ability to fly after highly evolved. The bone spur cruise insects have also evolved into a flying snake-like appearance, and their attack method has also changed from the original huge bone spurs to something like flying needles. The arcane flying needles contain powerful arcane energy and will fall from the sky in an instant to attack the enemy. They have the characteristics of a first-ring arcane magic. The Tyrant Tower is the building where the Tyrant Worm is born, and the Hatching Tower is the hive building that hatches a large number of low-level cannon fodder soldiers. One day later, 5 second-ring wizard towers were successfully built, and most of the Rye Underground area was already covered with fungal blankets, swarms, and swarm buildings. The second-ring hive tower where Jinx was located became even larger. At the same time, the swarm consumed 30 black hole worms before it completed the construction of the 6 second-ring wizard towers. These 6 second-ring wizard towers were interconnected, turning the entire Rye Underground area into a swarm area. With the 6 second-ring wizard towers, the swarm was like a pile of loose sand, but now it has a backbone. In other words, the 6 second-ring wizard towers plus the swarm are essentially the existence of the second-ring wizard. Sunan looked at Jinx's situation and the swarm's situation gradually stabilized, and knew that his plan was successful, and the swarm had completed 7 evolutions. Jinx expressed her gratitude to Sunan, who nodded and turned to leave the Rye Underground area. However, after all this, the temperature in the Rye Underground area has risen by at least 10 degrees, and is now more than 30 degrees. The arcane swarm that has completed its evolution can now complete the transformation of its second-ring combat power by simply updating its arcane magic. At the same time, the core arms of the swarm have also become high-speed cruising flies and arcane tyrants. All the queens of the swarm automatically transformed into first-ring beings the moment the hive consciousness became a second-ring being. However, the swarm lacks second-ring arcane magic, so it can only rely on Sunan to take time to study the arcane magic system, or the swarm can spend time to deduce it by itself. However, in fact, the swarm immediately had a new goal, which was the new underground domain that was discovered before. The seal road itself is a one-way seal, so the arcane races in that middle-level underground domain cannot get out, but the swarm can easily get in. After obtaining Sunan's consent, the hive mind is ready to actively send out swarm troops to explore that world and obtain knowledge of second ring arcane magic. Chapter 374 Second Ring Death Knight. Sunan used the reverse summoning spell to hand the second ring Death Knight potion to Vasily. 3 days ago, Sunan urgently summoned him from the werewolf plane in the void. Vasily was already a second ring wizard, so even if he took the second ring Death Knight potion, he would digest it very quickly. In the waterside moss swamp, Sunan, Vasily, the rubber witch, and the rye mistress all walked out of the red swamp palace and entered the depths of the swamp. Vasily stood by Sunan's side and said, "Master, there is a deep resentment under this swamp." Sunan nodded. "That should be the resentment of all the enemies killed by the Assyrian Empire. This resentment is not ordinary. It's a pity that the Assyrian Empire has been able to suppress it with laws until now." Sunan looked directly at a stone tablet in a swamp in front of him and saw the words written on the stone tablet. "There is no two suns in the sky and no two masters on earth. Enemies of the Assyrian Empire, no matter where you flee, it will be useless. Because no matter where it is the territory of the Assyrian Empire." The rubber witch looked at the stone tablet with magic words on it and sighed. How domineering. The wizard empire. It turns out that wizards once had such a domineering time. The next moment, Vasily cut off the inscription. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Vasily said lightly, "It is my dereliction of duty to let such provocative words appear in front of my master." Sunan smiled and said, "I don't mind it. But from the stone tablets that record the Assyrian Empire along the way, it can be seen that after those wizards established the Assyrian Wizard Empire, they fought year after year. In the 100 years since the establishment of the country, there has been almost no year without war, and they were all large-scale wars. Their wars reached the extreme and even destroyed many countries that believed in gods." Rye Mistress said, "Master, it sounds like the Assyrian Empire will eventually be destroyed because it has angered the gods." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "But according to the stone tablet here, it can be seen that the final fall of the Assyrian Empire seems to be due to problems with the wizard emperor himself." Sunan looked at a bronze ancient bell lying in the black swamp in this swamp area, and a stone tablet next to it. The stone tablet recorded the words of the magic emperor of the Assyrian Empire. "I always believe that wizards should rule the world and dominate mortals. The future of this world cannot be handed over to a group of mortals who cannot even control their own destiny." The rubber witch smiled at the stone tablet and said, "I'm now beginning to have a good impression of the emperor of the Assyrian Empire." Suddenly, many magic runes appeared on the bronze bell next to the stone tablet, and at the same time, a red eyeball lit up on the surface of the bronze bell. The bronze bell itself rotated and made a dull and hoarse voice. "Who broke into the ancient tomb where His Majesty the Emperor is sleeping?" The next moment, the red eyeball on the surface of the bronze bell golem fired a red laser at Sunan and others, and the rubber witch was the one who was closest to Sunan and his group. The rubber witch screamed as she barely bent her body into a C shape, and then she avoided the red laser fired by the bronze golem. As a result, the red laser fell on the swamp ground and caused a huge explosion. At the same time, when Sunan jumped away, he saw that under the bronze bell, there was a first-ring wizard wearing the costume of the Pure White School. This means that the Pure White School was also attacked here. Moreover, they seemed to be unable to deal with this bronze bell. At least the bronze bell was not damaged. The rubber witch chanted a spell, and immediately her hands stretched out, turning into rubber hammers, and hitting the bronze bell golem. As a result, the bronze bell golem quickly rotated itself, and easily bounced off her attack. The next moment, the red eye part on the surface of the bronze bell fired a laser at her. The rubber witch was frightened, but the next moment, Wolftab blocked her, and used his body to resist the attack of the bronze golem. As a result, Wolftab, as a golden werewolf hunter, was actually blown away by the laser. At the same time, the bronze bell golem began to rotate on its own, and issued a beeping warning sound. Second ring enemy detected. Start the Legion response mode. Absorb the energy of the capital's earth veins. Self-upgrade completed. Currently has a second ring combat power, which can be maintained for half an hour. The next moment, the bronze bell golem rotating in midair directly hit the wolf, and the runes on the surface of the bronze bell lit up one by one, and at the same time, knocked the wolf away 100 meters. The wolf suddenly became very angry and started the magic blood charging, platinum blood boiling, and magic energy killing intention fluctuations. Then he ran back at the fastest speed and hit the bronze bell golem with the wolf demon claw. There was only a bang sound, and the bronze bell golem was temporarily repelled, but the bronze bell golem was unexpectedly unscathed. The Rye Mistress was shocked. There are golems in the underground world, but they are not that powerful. How can a mere golem be so powerful? No, Mr. Mario is also very powerful. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. Sunan has been observing the fight between wolf and a golem. At the same time, he saw the murals on the surface of the bronze bell as the bronze bell golem rotated at high speed. The murals showed that the magic emperor was very dissatisfied with the loss of his army during the war, and then he invented a thing that drives objects to attack others, that is, golems. Sunan raised his eyebrows, which means that the wizard emperor of the Assyrian Empire was actually the inventor of golems. Even if he is not the most powerful wizard who makes golems, he is the origin of golem magic. No wonder this bronze bell golem is so powerful. Whether it is attacking, defending, or dodging, it is very good. Although it only knows one magic, it is very sharp in battle. Moreover, it can improve its own combat power in a short period of time, and can even suppress its own two-ring werewolf. However, his two-ring werewolf was not just for show. I saw that both wolf and the bronze bell golem jumped into the air. Then wolf stared at the laser beam of the bronze bell golem and gave up defense, letting the laser beam penetrate his chest and then punch the bronze bell golem. The wolf demon's claws seemed to have wiped off a rune on the surface of the bronze golem. As a result, the bronze bell golem fell to the ground and magic sparks continued to flash on its body. At the same time, it could not rotate itself, so it could only fall in one direction in the swamp and send out laser attacks in one direction. At this time, everyone could get close to the bronze bell golem and stand behind it to look at it. The rubber witch said with lingering fear, "It's too scary. I thought I was going to be killed by it. I don't feel good about the wizard emperor anymore. He is too cruel. I suspect that, if I appear in front of him, I will probably offend him with a word and be killed by him." Sunan smiled. Some pains are not known unless they fall on yourself. No matter how much the emperor of the Assyrian Empire tried to disguise himself, he could not change the fact that he was a dictator. The reason why the rubber witch worshipped him was entirely because of the beauty created by distance, coupled with some cognitive misunderstandings. Sunan said, "It's just that the people of the pure white school, or the energy world, want to enter the ancient tomb of the Assyrian Empire. What exactly are they going to do? Is there something in the ancient tomb that the energy world needs now?" Chapter 375, The Abandoned World Witch. Sunan looked at the surface of the bronze bell. Now he could take a good look at the carvings on the surface of the bronze bell that he had not had time to see during the battle. Sunan narrowed his eyes. The emperor created the golem, but he still felt that the golem was not a real life and could not replace a real warrior. At this time, the blind judge who appeared before came to him again and offered him the best strategy. The eyes of the Rye Mistress were shining. "Master, is that a treasure? It must belong to our family." Sunan frowned. The energy world actually has such a close relationship with the first wizard empire in history. It can even be said that the war between the wizard empire and the gods was provoked by the energy world. Sunan remembered the result of the divination that the poor man had used tarot cards to tell him before. The process is more important than the result. Sunan was still not sure what this prophecy was expressing, and he was not even sure whether the prophecy was correct. Therefore, he could only pay attention to these details in normal times. Sunan heard a scream and rushed over. He saw that in the swamp area 1,000 meters ahead, 5 wizards from the pure white school were hunted by a bronze bell golem. Mistress Blackeye was eager to try. "Master, I want to fight those bronze bell golems again and challenge the golems created by the first person who created the golems." Sunan denied. "No, the people from the pure white school have nothing to do with us. Moreover, the shells of these bronze bells are too hard. They seem to be made of some special magic metal, which is much harder than the still iron. It's very troublesome to destroy them. Besides, these are just standard golems, just golem soldiers created by the emperor. You don't need to challenge them. Sunan said to everyone, let's go. I want to see what else is in this swamp. Deep in the core area of the swamp, the nearly 300 wizards brought by the Pure White School, who gathered the wizard power of the entire Asia Minor region, have been killed or injured. There are also 2 destroyed bronze bell golems around them. The Pure White Wizard himself had pale shadows constantly appearing above his head, and he himself was also slightly injured. These golems are too powerful. I have gathered the power of most wizards in Asia Minor, and it turned out like this. Lord Shadow, the front is too dangerous, we seem to. The shadow of the Pure White Wizard sneered on the ground. Keep going. This is a covenant we have agreed on. I have paid you the power in advance, and you need to find things for us. At the same time, when the energy world truly controls this land in the future, you can be granted a special existence as a human wizard and still control the Asia Minor region. Pure White Wizard, you don't want to regret it, do you? The Pure White Wizard felt the threat of the shadow, and his body stiffened immediately, and smiled at the same time. This is something that has been agreed upon, so it won't happen naturally. In the past, he could talk to the energy world on an equal footing, which was based on the fact that the energy world's power in the main material plane was temporarily limited, but now the energy world has become the host. In the past, there were many flattering shadows in front of him, but now they began to be aggressive. The Pure White Wizard turned his head and looked at the witches of the Emerald Medicine House and scolded them with a cold face. What are you doing? Heal us quickly. The Emerald Witch said a little tiredly. We in the Emerald Medicine House are already very tired. How many times have we cast recovery magic and healing magic on you along the way? We have reached our limit. The Pure White Wizard sneered. That's your business. But I will only keep useful wizards around. I'm now issuing an order to your Emerald Medicine House as the leader of the Wizard Council of Asia Minor. Immediately abandon the wizards among you who have lost all their magic power. If you don't do it within 3 minutes, I will kill them with my own hands. The Emerald Witch's face was extremely ugly, but she found that the Pure White Wizard seemed to really mean this. She could only be forced to keep a gloomy face and give orders to the wizard apprentices of her school. The Emerald Witch couldn't bear to see this scene and turned her head away. Maybe this isn't a bad idea, at least you can escape the clutches of the Pure White Council. Following them is a dead end. She could see that the Pure White Council was simply using their Emerald Medicine House as a tool. Once it was no longer useful, it would be abandoned immediately. Now that she thought about it, they shouldn't have surrendered in the first place. It would have been better for them to fight to the death with the Pure White School than to be at the mercy of others now. They couldn't even control their own life and death. The Pure White Wizard ordered the wizards of the Ice Paradise to continue making ice in the swamp, to suppress the enemies hiding in the swamp. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Reading at 69 Book Bar. The losses of the Ice Paradise are even more serious now, and more than 2/3 of the wizard apprentices have died. The Ice Wizard woodenly raised his little finger and cast an ice spell, freezing a road of ice in the swamp ahead. So, the World Witch was horrified to find that she was actually abandoned in this dangerous swamp. She shouted for help, but she could only see her own school, along with the Pure White School, Ice Paradise and the Black Wizard's Tower, leaving here together. The World Witch gritted her teeth and looked at the 7 wizard apprentices who were abandoned together. They now had no magic power at all and had no ability to move at all and were still deep in the mysterious core area of the swamp. No matter how you look at it, they are all doomed. These abandoned wizard apprentices began to cry. They all gave up hope, crying and wailing, simply expressing their emotions here and constantly saying that they were doomed and dead. The World Witch's face was extremely ugly. Shut up. The 6 wizard apprentices stopped crying and looked at her at the same time. Because the world traded many magic potion resources in Sunan, it is now the limit of a first-class wizard apprentice. Her status in the school is still relatively high. The World Witch said to them, "Don't cry. There must be a way to survive. The end of the month. Oh, today is the end of the month." The World Witch swallowed her saliva and looked at the brass ring on her right index finger. It was the ring that connected with the petrified witch. Connect with the petrified witch. With this ring, you can also enter the storm gathering. This is the magic that the petrified witch upgraded after becoming a first ring wizard and studying hard. The world witch was under great pressure. Perhaps my only chance to survive is in the storm gathering. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.